It's Speak Out. Let me just reverse a bit and say good morning to the listeners of Vibes. Welcome to the program.
If I stay within my setting as a public officer, as the public relations officer, and I stay just within the office space and do not go out to the public, how will we understand what is happening on the ground?
Still delivering.
We've done a lot, not just in terms of the general infrastructure, but homes, support to farmers, support to fishermen, etc. And as time goes by, more support will be given to Carriacou and Timaki.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. Built back, even better to last.
Let us all strive to build a better country by putting aside our petty grievances and move forward with dignity, being proud of working hard and working together.
Anything that we're doing now, it's futuristic thinking. It's not for the now.
Education is the key in a country's development. That's it. If its people are not developed,
Children don't go that far, no? Just remember, knowledge is power. When you know, you know.
that's it.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. We're happy to have you on Vibes 101.3 and 106.3 FM every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you feel the vibes? Go in. Go in.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And it's just about time for me to pause for the cause and say good morning to you right here on Vibes FM. Welcome to the program Speak Out for today, Thursday, the 30th day of April. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And how are you doing today? Well, I do hope that everything's fine as you're making your way through your day today, and we're getting ready for a big day tomorrow as well, which is going to be celebrating May Day. In the meantime, I want to remind you that the program is interactive. You can always call us when you open up the telephone lines, and our telephone numbers to do so: 403-0101, 403-0101, 443-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914. To our listeners in the Tri-Island State, excuse me again, want to say good morning. And those of you on Facebook, we notice our Facebook lovers are already on board, and YouTube as well on board, and everybody's ready and set to go. So see what we have to discuss today is going to be very, very interesting. We're getting ready to celebrate May Day tomorrow, which is the first day of May, Labor Day, as we sometimes say. And there's a lot of activities that will be taking place as we do the celebration. Well, in the studio with me, those of you on Facebook and on YouTube as well, you're viewing my guests already in sitting position. So let me go over to introduce them one by one. I do ladies first, as always. And homegrown is none other than Miss Fortune. And that's Gloria Fortune, who's your shop steward, that's right, of the PWU. Good morning to you, and how are you doing this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Mills. Good morning to the listening public. I'm doing good this morning.
Okay, and you have company this morning too, because next to you, we have another from the PWU. That's why the Public Relations Office, and that's Wendy Chateau. Good morning as well.
Good morning, Kim. How are you today?
Not too bad at all. You
Thank
guys
you
are
for having
smiling
us.
right in front of me. And last but not least, Mr. Andrew Lewis. Well, he's a popular, very well-known figure as it pertains to Tau. Mr. Lewis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, and good morning to the listeners and viewers.
Yes, it's nice to have you in our company this morning. And we are celebrating May Day, and it's a very special day with workers in particular as we all celebrate. And as you are in the studio this morning, we'll be discussing exactly what the procedure would be and what you guys have been up to, what you've been able to achieve on behalf of the workers, and how things been going in general, okay? So that's going to be our conversation for the next hour, all right? So, Mr. Lewis, I'm going to start off the bowling with you this morning. How are you doing?
Sure,
All
I'm
right?
good.
Okay,
I'm good.
okay. Tell us a little bit about May Day and what is planned and stuff like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for having us here once again, where we can speak to our members and the general public. In addressing May Day, Carriacou, it's important to recognize that May Day, or otherwise known as International Workers' Day, May 1st, came out of the struggle for better working conditions, and in particular in the hay market in the United States in 1836, when the workers took strike action, industrial action, to secure the 8-hour working day. The history of the workforce, including our forefathers. Remember, we had a slavery, enslavement of African people, and they worked sometimes 24 hours a day, and the labor didn't belong to them because they were forced into working. So we had to understand the context of where we are today, from those days of struggle to today. And you had from 24 hours, 16 hours, 18 hours, 12 hours. But the industrial action in the hay market in the US led to the 8-hour working day. But it was a culmination of struggle for better working conditions, things as health insurance, things as pension, things as past service benefits, things as maternity leave, all those things that we enjoy today, that society as a whole enjoy today, didn't come about because an employer or the capitalist class wanted to give us something. It came about because of those struggles for better working conditions. And therefore, in Grenada, and as most other Caribbean countries and other countries throughout the world, tomorrow, May 1st, will be observed as International Workers' Day. And we are pleased. The Grenada Trades Union Council, which is celebrating under the theme, Stronger Together, Defending Workers' Rights, Securing Our Future, celebrating under that theme in Carriacou. Carriacou is the very first time in the history of the labor movement and the history of the observance of May Day that this activity will be taking place in Carriacou. Now, every year, simultaneously as with mainland Grenada, there is a May Day activity in Carriacou, but that is what you call the Carriacou branch, while the major activities takes place on mainland. The TUC took a decision many years ago to rotate the celebrations of May Day to bring economic activities and economic benefits to the various parts of the island. So we have gone to St. Andrew, we have gone to St. John, St. Mark, St. Patrick, St. David, yes, all the parishes. And we have always looked forward to coming to Carriacou. And here we are for the very first time. And we must say, pay special recognition to Comrade Gloria Fortune and her committee that has done the bulk of the work. I mean, really, they have taken charge of this activity and have done everything that is required so far to ensure that we have a successful celebration. So we look forward to the workers from Carriacou coming out and the workers from Grenada coming so that we can demonstrate our solidarity, because May Day is the day that workers will demonstrate their solidarity with one another. You will see issues affecting workers at the workplaces. These will be highlighted in placards and other speeches. Right? So it is just that day when we get that chance, that one day in the year, where we put aside everything else and come together to show solidarity with each other. So that's where we are, and we look forward to tomorrow.
Well, I know that, and it's going to be a big day already with all the unions coming together to celebrate, Although they're in different unions, but you see, as you say, the oneness tomorrow will really make a big impact, as to how we're supposed to be moving forward together to achieve our whatever we're trying to achieve.
That's right. And so the Grenada Trades Union Council is the umbrella body to which all the unions in Grenada belong to. And we can boast, unfortunately so, but with pride, that we are one of the few secretariats that have one umbrella body. There are some countries, even in our neighboring colleagues within the Caribbean, where there are 2 and 3 national organizations. And that is a secret to our success. So we are proud to expose our secret because we know that this is one secret. The more it is known, the more it will make us strong. Okay. So no one could use that secret to divide us.
Okay, right. Yes. One umbrella.
One umbrella.
I like that talk. Okay, so tomorrow now we expect, to start off the day. There's an itinerary already organized, right? What can we look forward to in starting? Miss Fortune, you in a position to address that? How is the day going to be celebration? What are we starting? What do we intend to do?
Okay, good morning, Mr.
Yes.
Mills again. We anticipate a great day for workers tomorrow, and we are encouraging especially our Carriacou workers. The mainland is covered. They would be here in colors, and My call is to the workers of Carriacou and Petit Martinique to show up yourself. Persons has been buying their t-shirts. So we are hoping to see you on the match. We are hoping to join with Grenada and stand with our union as we champion the cause.
You're speaking about the match, though. What time is it scheduled to take place and where?
We gather at 10:30 a.m. at the Harveyville port.
Mm-hmm.
And we leave up marching for around 11:30.
So the match is going to commence from the port, going all the way into
the mini stadium.
To the stadium. So that's where the big celebration is going to take
Yes.
place. Everybody going to get together there, right?
Yes.
And you're going to have everybody in the t-shirts, displaying
Right.
with the placards and everything like
Yes,
that.
the different unions would be on display.
Mhm.
And also the match pass is a competition. So we compete for the match pass.
Oh, yeah? Okay,
Yes.
I like that. To see who's looking better, make displays like things like that, right?
So
It's always exciting.
We
yeah.
bring out the issues as well as the numbers,
Yeah.
which shows unity among the individual union and the unions combined.
Okay. So moving to you, Ms. Chateau, how many unions we have in Grenada? Mr. Lewis was just talking there, under one umbrella. You have a number? Yeah.
We have 6. We have 7 trade unions. Sorry,
Uh-huh.
7 trade unions in Grenada. Yes, and as I said, but we all belong to the. So what I will do, I'll just name them for you.
Yeah, please, yeah.
We have the Grenada Public Workers Union.
Mm-hmm.
We have the Grenada Union of Teachers. We have the Commercial and Industrial Workers Union. We have the Grenada Manual and Maritime Intellectual Workers Union. We have the Grenada Seamen and Waterfront Workers Union, and the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, and Grenada Union of Teachers.
Mm-hmm. All under one umbrella.
All under one umbrella,
Uh-huh.
right? And we don't need a big umbrella for that.
Mm-hmm.
Because although we are big and large,
Mm-hmm.
but we are fitting and we make ourselves comfortable under that umbrella.
Yeah, I could imagine whenever issues are down, and here and there in different unions, the solidarity comes in, right?
Well, sure, most definitely. Something, Kim and listeners, this is a period where the world begins to understand and appreciate more the aspect of solidarity, because the Grenada Trade Union Council this year has dedicated its celebration in solidarity with the people and government of Cuba. We know what they have been suffering under the blockade from 1960, 61, yes. But now the U.S. has imposed further restrictions on fuel, food, and medicine. And we know what Cuba has done for us in Grenada, in particular in the wider region and the wider world. And the aspect of solidarity is what we have been calling upon and what nations have been calling upon to give to Cuba, and not just to Cuba, right? But to all struggling peoples of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Solidarity, I know in Grenada, and I'm dealing with Grenada, many times there are some people, very in the minority, but prominent, who don't like to hear the words when union speaks about solidarity. But this is the bedrock of our survival. As a matter of fact, there are times when you have what you call national solidarity, so that when we put aside our differences, because the threat that we face to Grenada is external, right? So we all need solidarity from time to time. And yes, we do offer solidarity. And as a matter of fact, come tomorrow, Kim, I'm inviting you.
Mm-hmm.
Come to the mini stadium, because one of the songs that we'll be singing in one voice, the hundreds of workers, is a song entitled Solidarity Forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
Right? How the union makes us strong. Right? That they have taken on told millions that they have never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscles, not a single will could turn. We can break their hearty power. You know, freedom we can learn. That our union makes us strong. Yes?
Very, very interesting words. Eh?
Yes.
Yeah. With a lot of meaning as well.
Lot of deep meaning.
Yes. Yeah.
Lot of deep meaning. Yeah.
And songs of the nature too, really holds everybody together, because you can feel that, that you're working towards a cause and you're supposed to unite to be able to accomplish what you want.
Yeah. And as you say, hold us together. Yeah. We also have one. Hold the foot for we are coming, right? Hold the foot for we are coming, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it speaks to that aspect of the need for humanity, for social justice, for understanding the human aspect of things, for putting people first, right? And we do not just put people first only when there is a disaster. Bring your mind back, not to fun. Once again, let me just say, morning to the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and we know that you're still recovering from Hurricane Beryl, and it will have challenges, but we know the solidarity that came together. This was solidarity.
Yeah.
This was solidarity. Yes? So these things will keep us together, and we have to continue looking out for each other. Brother Kim.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, I know over time, employees, and employers rather, sometimes have issues, with employees, and that's where the union comes in, to lend the support and maybe settle issues and things like that. How has things been going among employees and employees of the union in recent years?
Okay, so let me say, it is not only when there are issues that the union is needed, and the union is always needed because when you have a organized body where there's a bargaining unit, if an employer has, and I'm just using for easy conversation, let us say 100 employees. Could you imagine that employer having to deal with 100 people with different issues?
Yeah.
When you have the union, you deal with one organization to address the general issues. And the role of the union, because where there are rights, there are responsibilities. So our duty, we are not there just to defend a worker, but we are representing a worker, and representing is it is not always adversarial. As a matter of fact, the majority of our relationship is not adversarial. We negotiate collective agreements, we negotiate different viewpoints, and we come to a common understanding. So the relationship, by and large, over the past few years, as you'd recognize, is not as toxic as it was, let us say, probably 5 years ago, because we are able to solve a major matter for public officers, that aspect of pension. Up to a point, we have a new issue to deal with, but certainly we do not just wake up one morning and then you hear that there are disputes on the streets. Many times there are a number of conversations taking place in the background, public relations, information coming out. So the fact that we are able to resolve that matter, by and large, starting in 2022, late 2022, after the change of administration, because we need to bear in mind that it was in, I think, April of 2022, that the High Court ruled in the workers' favor that the 1958 pension that was disqualified, Pension Disqualification Act, was unconstitutional, and therefore need to be restored to everybody. And that is why we'll now have a problem, because it was restored, and then there's a Pension Disqualification Act of 2024, because the new quote-unquote pension or savings that the state has in place is different to the 1958. And there are a number of workers in the public service that, based on the position that they hold, ought to qualify for the 1958 pension. But unfortunately, we were not given that opportunity to sit and, identify the workers. And that is a major matter that has been fought in particular by the Public Workers Union, who have the largest set of members. And there would be most likely one or two people, some workers from the Greater Union of Teachers. There are other unions in the public service, including the Technical and Allied Workers Union. But we never actually represented what you call established workers. Because there is a qualification for the 1958 pension. So I'm saying, yes, we have solved that major issue, right? But there are still issues to be resolved. And the solving of that major issue, the court matter, lifted that lead. It allows some tensions to blow out, although not solving the problem entirely, because the aspect of regularization, the aspect of making workers permanent in keeping with the public service rules, once that is done, these workers will be entitled, majority of them, to pension, the 1958 pension. So the state took a decision that to try to avoid these workers getting that benefit by trying to find a roundabout route to address the issue of regularization, which is not really regularization in the context of what is known within the public service.
I get you. I get you. As a matter of fact, you have done it very well, clearing that up, so people could really understand. Because what it seems as though is now that you have quite a few of them that are still eligible to be under the 1958, and they've been denied that now. So you as the representatives of the unions, fighting for them.
Precisely.
Okay. Well, I know negotiation and talk and everything like that, in time to come, usually get good results or results on both sides, where everybody could live with it,
Sure.
So I know the unions very well take the front end of it, but for some reason, again, employers, whenever we see union reps, there's this sort of thing that we look at, not. You understand? It's like they're always fighting for the rights of the workers, and sometimes the employees are not really favorable in coming to those agreements, and that is where the dispute starts to enroll there. And then we see sometimes, and I'm saying you on behalf of employers, as
Employees.
Yeah, as an enemy. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
And I think that is one of the challenges we experience. When you think about a union, you always think about a fight.
Right.
And it doesn't have to be that. As Brother Andre was saying, we negotiate, and we don't only negotiate for salary increases and so on. There's fringe benefits, and as he referenced, in terms of addressing some of the issues that affect workers directly with the statutorization, the pensions, those kinds of things. I think what happens a lot of times is people come into situations with preconceived ideas. So I'm an employer and I see things the way it would affect me. In the long run, if it affects you, it affects the employees. Without the employees, you can't move forward. So I think that's what negotiation is. So we must be able to talk about the issues, to thrash them out, and to come to common understandings that benefits not just the employer, but the employees. Because in the long run, one cannot work without the other.
Mm-hmm. No, quite right about that, And what happens in some instances when the agreements cannot be met, then that's where the possible strike actions on those disciplinary, whatever it is, union takes the front, or the representatives not able to negotiate.
Sometimes you have to send a message. Sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay, right. So you just spoke about that, and one of the issues that spoke about Mr. Lewis there, is the statutorization, the regularization rather, the way it's been done now, you're not 100% yet there. Do you feel, that you are getting there with what's going on, negotiations? You see the path forward?
Well, anybody?
Yeah. Misfortunately, okay. We didn't hear much from you yet,
Well,
but
so
you go ahead.
A number of workers have been addressed. We are not satisfied. There are some instances where what the state has said they have done certainly falls short of what is required in terms of proper regularization. Let me put it following in context. This is not a political discussion, what I'm about to say.
Yeah, okay.
But it will come from a political background. Many times during an election campaign, there's a fight. Well, obviously,
promises.
No, I'll reach there. But I'm building. No, I'm building.
Okay.
I'm building, because elections are won or lost by votes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and there's no doubt that the working class workers constitute the largest section of the blocking population. Yes,
mm-hmm.
The employers have finance, they have monies, but monies cannot vote. Monies may act as a medium to getting votes, but money do not walk into a voting booth and cast a ballot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and therefore, and understandably so, there is normally the wooing and speaking to convince different groups as to why one should be supported or not. So that's a political background. And during the last political campaign of 2021, 2022, a political leader, current prime minister, a trained legal person, someone who has been involved in industrial relations representing the business community, and that's fine, because that's okay. Over the years, I'm giving this background to understand the context. So when it was said that the NDC will regularize all workers by the stroke of a pen, I'm not directly quoting, but all of that was said. And this is there, right? So that would be the political part. But he went further to say, as a matter of fact, it is illegal, which is correct, because Section 29(5) of the Employment Act addresses the type of contracts that one can have. Because when the framers of that document put those things together, one recognized that there are times employers may require someone to do work for a specific time. It can be a job to be done that may take a year, 6 months. So you have what you call a fixed term contract, or job that where it is you need to move a quantity of things, and then you have what you call an indefinite period. So that's what we call permanency. So that was identified as being totally illegal, and rightly so. Rightly so. If we are transforming our society, as was the campaign slogans, one of the major transformation must be bringing to right that wrong which has been committed by past administration, because these are problems that have gone way back many, many years. And obviously, with the workers accepting those commitments to do what is right, and it is not happening now, or not happening at the speed that is required. Because see, it is either, this is not a case of where it might be wrong, but it was clearly identified and known that it is illegal. And therefore, if it is illegal, we must correct what is illegal. So yes, some people have been made, and you would have heard the figures branded about sometime last week or this week by some of the authorities as to how many people made permanent, probably out of 5,000 and something workers. I think they said 1,200. 1,200 may have been made, may have been addressed. We don't have the empirical data for that, but let us say we accept that.
Mm-hmm.
Let us say we accept that. But you are speaking about over 5,000 workers or so, or 6,000 workers that have fallen under that category that needs to be addressed. And in the movement, and not just in the movement. I know sometimes we look at numbers. So earlier on, you ask about solidarity, and some employers may feel that, well, one worker, two workers, the union are speaking out on behalf of one worker or two workers. In this life, and for us, and for everyone, and for each family member, I know that one person is as important as 100. Because to get 100, it is 100 ones that make 100 as human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, we must do what is necessary for everyone. And we normally say, people usually say, well, it is one worker or two workers or 10 workers you're doing that for, until the shoe is on their foot. Until it is you or I, then we want actions to be taken for us.
And just to support what Brother Andre is saying, it may be one worker, but the issue could affect everybody. So when an issue is addressed for one worker, it's not addressed and left there, it carries forward. So whoever else is in that position at any given time, the precedent is there. And of course, so it's not just one worker, it's a ripple effect.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you go into a little detail there, and your explanation you just gave there, which is something that people should be aware of, and the position of the unions in particular, in going forward in negotiations, what their duties are and what they're trying to achieve on behalf of the workers. So that is understandable. But in the question I really want to ask now, how is it really going? You think that the solution is in the making? Are you seeing the light yet for coming to the end of the tunnel, or
Kim,
not?
ask me what you want to ask me. Look, today is no holds barred. What I say, look, have an open conversation with me, ask me any straight question. Don't allow me to try to, because I know you are good enough. You're an eloquent person, right? I mean, you are Kim.
Yeah.
I'm on your program, and I'm grateful to be here, to be speaking to your listeners. And I know that they will have some of these issues that they would want answer. So don't leave us to try to speculate. Ask me what you want to ask. We will answer it, right? Yes, there are challenges, and there will be challenges. Are we pleased with where we are right now?
Right.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Has progress been made? Some movement has been made. Yes? And I'm not talking about the new political party.
Yes,
I'm not talking about the new political party. Some movement has been made. But in the scheme of things and what is required to be done, right? And where the state is, and the state has advanced, that one of the reasons why it is so slow and meticulous in addressing these issues is because of the financial costs. You know, it's what the workers are entitled to if that wrong is righted. But since when cost is a factor that rights and justice are costs of course? In other words, if we are allowed to make decisions and to treat people based on what the financial cost will be, then justice will never be served. Justice would always be left hanging. We have demonstrated our ability to find solutions to challenges. And in many workplaces, when, for instance, let us say the financial cost that needs to be addressed to solve a problem, once it is identified, you can work out tranches of payment. You don't have to pay everything one time. Are you following me?
Yeah, I'm following.
You don't have to pay everything, but at least what one would have done is say, look, this is what has been owed. And also there are times when, for instance, we have, what is important is what we call full disclosure. If an employer says, if the government says, because that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
You're asking about the government, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, in particular, we're addressing it. If the state says, because the government is just the caretaker of the state, right? Because the state is, right? If the government says, look, we have certain challenges here. What we require is an open disclosure as to what is due to the worker. And then we can have we could have different conversation. Many times it's not what you do, it's how.
we do it.
And if we know, as we know what our rights are. And no bullying or no amount of calling programs, right, will change that which we know. And what it will do is to allow the buildup of tension. And after a while, tension normally tries to find a way of escaping. And sometimes, if that pathway to escape that tension is not managed, then there can be an explosion. And that's where the issues come. So whatever you can do, and others, because this is and when workers, as you will know, Kim, as a businessman, and when workers have money, we spend. Workers don't have money to save. So there's a cry that the banks are liquid. You know, money is tied up there, right? Sitting there. While the bank charge you for coming in the bank and sneeze or if you cough. Because everything you do now, there's a charge. Yes? Because they are liquid. So if we are able to get these monies into the pockets of our ordinary working class people, businesses, supermarkets, shops, farmers, will see a higher turnaround in economic activities. So the money will stay here locally, rather than us finding monies many times in terms of export tourism, because a number of the products that we sell to them or those who buy most time goes out of the country, right? So
yeah. Well, one of the things that employees, sometimes are reluctant in sometimes negotiating is because of the unproductiveness of the workers in the public service in particular, and they feel that, you are fighting for them, but productivity is going even lower than lower. How do you address that from in the union?
I know Brother Andrew is going to speak on it, but what I would say on that is that managers are supposed to manage. Productivity has a lot to do with workplace culture. So a lot of times we blame the employee, but a lot of things happen. I know occupational health and safety is a big thing now, mental health and wellness. People are dealing with a lot of things every day. And then sometimes you go to work and on top of what you're dealing with in your personal life, there are things you deal with in the office, in the workplace. The responsibility of an employer is to ensure that an employee has the tools and has the proper working environment to produce. Hence the reason I said managers should manage, leaders should lead, and the proper enabling environment has to be provided for a worker to be productive. You can't just sit and point a finger and say, well, this, I mean, I'm not saying that workers are always right. There are times when a worker may genuinely be lazy and something has to be done. And that's why there are processes and procedures to deal with things like that. But the enabling environment has to be provided for an employee to be productive.
Okay, but you see, you just mentioned that there, but what comes into my mind, as you say, in management, whatever, but there's this, like an attitude among workers in particular, I'm talking about public service, that they feel that they could come to work anytime and leave anytime.
But they're allowed to do it.
Not that they're allowed to really do it, but it's, and even sometimes in service, because I've been to many situations whereby sometimes the lackadaisical attitude of the workers there is not a nice environment in serving the public.
And it goes back to the people who are charged with leading, not leading. Because if I have an employee, let me put myself in the situation. I have an employee and that employee is not performing. Then the people who are above that employee are supposed to address the issue. If the issue is not being addressed, then you cannot complain that the employee is not performing. You are supposed to address the issue. I could come to work and sit and not do anything. My supervisor is supposed to address the issue with me. It's not supposed to be left unattended, and then the customers feel the effect, which is what you're referencing, right? So you walk into places and you get this kind of attitude. So then, while I am a part of the union, there are times when certain decisive measures have to be taken. The same way as unions, we take decisive actions when we need to. It's the same thing in the workplace. Decisive actions have to be taken.
But sometimes when you take the decisive action, like you just mentioned there, then the term victimization.
There's processes and procedures. There's processes and there's procedures. There are steps to addressing issues. So you don't just go from this employee is not functioning to getting rid of the employee. There are steps in between that you follow that to try to address the issue. And then if you get to the point where the issue cannot be addressed, it's not changing, nothing is happening, nothing could be done, then you get to that last step. And of course, every step along the way, the union is obviously involved, but there are steps that can be taken to address certain issues. A lot of times it just doesn't happen.
Mr. Mills, actually, it's a partnership, we are not constantly fighting each other because the public service, there's a lot of rules and procedures that guides the public service. And as Madam Pierre said, these have to be taken. So if a worker is delinquent, you address it immediately. If you notice, for example, your worker is late for the week, you have a conversation, find out what is happening. Because as public servants, from my experience, sometimes you have little personal issues or issues at home, and it may reflect back into your workspace. So having a simple conversation can solve the problem before it escalates, and then you find persons are absent, coming into work hours late, leaving early, and so forth. So there are procedures that guides us as public servants, and the worker has a responsibility to compete, to work on time, to be productive. But if as a manager you are noticing, Miss Fortune is being late or she's slacking off, it's your responsibility to address that issue. And there is a whole long list of procedures. You can talk to them, then you get to the writing, then you have the meetings with the personnel officer and so forth. So there are procedures, and The employer and the employees have to be aware of this procedure. So sometimes it's not thinking that, oh, I'm being victimized because, but there are rules that you have to follow. There are rules that guides the service, and we have to try and stick within that. If the employee is having an issue, some people may say straight up, having a little challenge at home, I can't come to work. And some people may not be that open. Because as public servants, we can call your supervisor and say, I'm not feeling well today. I'm not gonna come in, or I need an emergency days, because we do have opportunity to take an emergency day. If there is need, you can call in and say, oh, I'm having an emergency, I need to take today off. So there are rules on both sides.
But you're talking about like a one-off, but the reason I brought it up is because you'll find situations sometimes where the process takes a long time, in getting itself, as it's supposed to.
And that does not rest with the employee.
If it's not addressed, then you would take a long time.
That's the point I was making.
Yeah.
Things left unattended over time
it takes
becomes a
long
major
time.
issue.
Yeah.
And it doesn't rest with the employee. It rests with the people who has the power to change it, not doing anything to change it.
You see, if you leave it to roll on, then you have a whole long issue. You have to go back.
That's when it becomes a major
But if
challenge,
you just,
yes.
as I said, if you notice, okay, this person is late for the week, you deal with it.
I want to add to that. The unions, while we are seen as here just to fight for employees and their rights and increases and those kinds of things, the union is also a partner in the process. So the employer might reach out to the union and say, look, we are having a challenge with a particular employee, or we are having challenge with a particular thing. The union is a major partner in the process and may be able to have a conversation with the employee, try to address the issue. So we do those things as well. It's not just a situation where, we are always ready for a fight. It's a give and take. Andrew?
Mr. Lewis here, because the reason we just talked about what happened there, but I know not too long ago, there was an incident on the port where the port was closed. And up to this day, I keep remembering, especially that time when it was closed. And there was a lot of talk around that, the action taken by the workers or by the union was not the right procedure. In other words, it was like a cut short, or maybe, you just decide, well, if we didn't do this, that's it. Or maybe they didn't bring the parties together to really discuss before action was taken. You're aware of what I'm speaking about, right?
Sure.
You were even able to, as...
Well, yeah. So, first of all, the union doesn't have the key to the port to close the port.
No.
Yes. However, and as I said, I want you to be straight up. Let's... historically on the port, we have had a number of challenges. And the question must arise. And here I'm speaking of the Technical and Allied Workers Union. Yes? Almost every year, every December, every so, there's some action on the port. And a good farmer does not plant certain crops in dry season. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But this is not our objective. Our objective is to get work done, because workers want to be working. Workers want to be working. So in relation to the port, and as I said, if you are speaking of the issue over the dismissal, the last issue, because we had this before, and that was in 2022. I remember it quite clearly. We have had issues after, but not over dismissals. Yeah, because you spoke about dismissal, workers accused. There's processes, there are procedures. And, termination of employment is a final act. Could we agree on that? In other words, when you terminate someone, that's the last you can do to them in relation to their employment. So if one of the first things that an employer arrives at is termination, even if they did the internal process, but the discussions may not have pointed in a particular direction. For instance, there's a collective agreement. And the collective agreement speaks to what in terms of disciplinary actions and procedures, what is the level of discipline that should be taken for certain breaches of the collective agreement. There are some disciplinary procedures that you call summary. So you may do something and there's no shadow of a doubt, you're automatically out of the door. The union cannot do anything about that. What is required of the employer is to inform the union, look, Mary Jane or Tom Jones was found to be doing X or Y, and therefore we are terminating them immediately. Obviously, the worker may reach out to us or may reach out to the worker. When we look at the evidence, we say, look, partner, there's nothing we can do. Save and accept begging. Yes? So outside of summary dismissal, and that is for cause, there are things called verbal warning, written suspicion, written correspondence, right? Written warnings, right? And then there's something called suspension. So there are processes. And in that particular case that you spoke of, the charge in writing, because we addressed it up front, the charge in writing was that the worker was not performing, did not perform properly, was the defect. And that required a suspension. As a matter of fact, the Minister for Labor, in one of her first stint, because the administration changed in June 2022, and by October or thereabouts, we had that issue on our hand. And the new minister was faced with that issue, and the minister sought to solve the problem within 2 days. So let us say the actions were taken on the Monday. By the Tuesday, we had a clear part of a solution. The minister was absolutely clear in keeping the collective agreement, right, that the worker ought not to be dismissed. But the board of the Bermuda Port Authority refused. Some people think that they may have been desirous to see industrial action so that they can make a case for the state to try to intervene at some time to break union strikes, which will never happen. You could be sure about. The right to withdraw our labor, that's a fundamental difference between a free man and a slave. Yes, obviously you have to do it in particular manners, right? You ought not to be irresponsible. And therefore, the action of the company and the board resulted in where we are, and we had a duty and a responsibility to ensure that that worker was fairly treated. And I can also tell you that the union, the Technical and Allied Workers Union, went to a further compromise where the suspension that was substituted for the dismissal was longer than what the collective agreement called for. But we did that. There are times in battles, because in any war, in any fight, and many times that's what it is, resolution is only found on the table, finally. And there are times both sides compromise. So the unions, many times compromise even beyond that which we are normally entitled to do. But it's a means of, because at the end of the day, the aspect was the preservation of jobs. So that's what it is. We make no apology, and no trade union should make any apology for taking industrial action. And who should determine that? Must be the union in particular. That must do that. Obviously, management makes a decision. We make our decision. Third parties get involved, and we are able to resolve issues. So, if, as my sister comrades both advance here, this is a partnership. Obviously, there'll be contradictions, and there's an inherent conflict between the worker and the capitalist, because you want to keep as much as you make from the business, and we want to get as much as possible to maintain our standard of living. Yeah, and there's just as how you boast, meaning the employer class, the business class, boast that they want to maximize their profit, even while people losing their accounts in the bank because they can't maintain a particular amount, because I'm sure you're aware that there are some banks, if your minimum job is below a certain amount, you loses it, right?
Yeah.
Even while that happened to hundreds of our poor people, ageable, elderly people, the banks are boasting about millions and upon millions that they are making. Where is the justice? Where is the justice? Right? Where is the justice? And in periods when there are scarcities, in periods of natural disasters. I am sure in Carriacou here. So let's deal with Carriacou. I'm sure in Carriacou here, after Beryl, and probably now still, but certainly immediately after Beryl, there was a significant increase in the cost of supplies because people needed it to build back their houses, they needed to get shelter. So the businessman sees an opportunity because demand is high and supply is low. And sometimes you know what the businesses do? Because just as so there are workers that you have concerns about that some might be more troublesome than others, there are business people who hoard their products, who hide their supplies, creating artificial shortages so that they can increase their price and therefore maximize their profit. But it is allowed to happen. But we are here for as that balancing act. As that balancing act. Because here what, Kim, when those things go unchecked and there are social issues, social problems, then it becomes dangerous for the society because it leads to crime, it leads to all kind of illegal activities. It leads to a breakdown in our society. And therefore we have that responsibility, given our experience. Those of us who have walked that road, just as our parents used to tell us what to do and what not to do, and we have a difficulty, and they would say, oh, look, I didn't born big, as we all walked that road, and they had that responsibility to speak to us, to help guide us. Those of us who have walked that road have a responsibility to help reduce those conflicts as much as possible.
Okay. All right. Well, I get it. So what you were saying about the 4th day in summarizing is that the termination of employment was the wrong step that was taken.
Yeah, the minister found that.
Right. Okay. All right. Great. Now, someone has just messaged me and just informed me, I don't know if you might want to respond to that, and they're saying that sometimes the union shows bias when it comes to treating the workers. For example, with the hurricane relief, the PWU only informed their friends about distribution and others were not informed. Is that a fair statement? Is that a fair statement?
I would take that one because the PW, which is Public Workers Union, I am the overall representative for Carriacou, and there were no bias in sharing stuff to workers. Okay, after the hurricane, persons relocate, persons' numbers changed. What we did, we tirelessly went into the community from Harveyville to the ends of Carriacou to ensure that workers, even some past workers, got supplies. So we were looking out for everybody, and we did as much as we could. That was in the first instance. When we did the second batch, the persons that complained that, okay, we didn't reach them, I took their names and ensured that they got what we were offering. So there was no bias there. The union don't look at face. The union look at its members, and I know that my union and my president, both past and present, are very passionate about members receiving help at that time. We organized the boat. Persons worked tirelessly. There were public servants who didn't have a place to stay, and they came along to help to distribute stuff. So sometimes we feel that if something doesn't reach us, that, oh, maybe they choose their friends. We don't have any friends in the union. We consider all our workers, and we always try to reach all our workers. Communication was not up. So if we know, okay, you used to stay there, we go. Some places we were redirected to persons. I personally took stuff in my vehicle to drop off for persons after the others went down, because we couldn't find them where we went. So okay. I would say that is a very
maybe some people were left off and
as I said, through locations we couldn't find some people. Some people numbers changed. Even my number changed after Hurricane Beryl, because I think Digicel was the only company that was working, and I had to switch to Digicel. So it was not done unfairly. We try our best to reach workers, and one of the distribution, we were on the tennis courts. We send messages to members that we know. We ask members to share with other members. So we didn't just go around, but we had like a central location where we were based, and members was allowed to come in and get their water. Those who needed mattresses, repellent, mosquito nets, and different things. So we took our membership into consideration as much as we could. Maybe we didn't have for everybody, or we couldn't reach everybody, but we did our best. I could safely say we did our best. And our president at the time was there, and he was ensuring that everything get done. So we did our best in reaching persons. If some persons was not reached, I'm very sorry. My humble apologies. But the intention was not to select anybody, but just to spread the message to who we could have reached and who could have reached other people to get the message across.
Yeah, because sometimes people don't get it, the
Yes,
assistance.
sometimes you
should.
Yeah, but it's
And
not like
I was
that.
going to support Sister Gloria by saying, in situations like that, you will never always be able to reach everybody. And it's, I know it's sometimes in difficult situations, you feel left out or you feel ignored, or, whatever the situation is, but it is never the intention to pick and choose.
Okay. Now, another question on that. What I want to say to you guys, is I'm going to open up your telephone lines, in a little while. So maybe the public could just chip in a question or two.
Also, Mr. Mills, before we have a quite packed schedule.
Oh, yes.
So I would like to give a little insight on the traffic.
Not yet.
For the media celebration.
Leave that further. Let me get to this one first, because this one concerns salary negotiations, especially with the PW. The other unions have already signed, and the PWU has not yet. And it seems as though the comments I'm getting from members in PW is that those representatives are not involving the members in the negotiations rather than acting on their own. Is that a fair statement?
I wouldn't agree with that statement. The PWU represents its members. The intention always is to get the best final result for your members.
But the unions, are the members involved?
We share information as far as is possible. I think what a lot of times, and I'm learning because I'm new to the union. Let me just put that out there. I'm new to union, and I'm learning in the process is that in negotiations, you can't share everything. So members want information, and we share as much as we can, but you can't share everything when you're on the bargaining table, right? We are still in the midst of negotiations, and we're trying our very best to ensure that whatever the final result of these negotiations are to the benefit of our workers. We're not going to sign and then, you regret at the end of the day. We all want increases. I work at NAWASA, and we are in the middle of negotiations now. We have outstanding salary increases, but the union is working while we want it. And sometimes, we can get a little bit anxious, especially in the current climate, because every time you go to the supermarket, the price goes up. So we want our increases, but sometimes it's not always the quick that gets the best result. So sometimes we just have to be a little bit patient. We are working, and we're trying to ensure that whatever the final result we get for our workers is in their best interest.
So what you're saying, you're working on their behalf, but sometimes
we do share.
But the members sometimes feel that
we
they're not
get
getting
antsy.
a response.
Right.
And they get very,
Also, Kim, it's our responsibilities as employees to know what the union is doing. I say that in reference, sometimes we sit and we say the union does nothing for us, but are we involved in the activities of the union? I can safely say that as a shop steward, my union, which is the PWU, would come to Carriacou and have meetings with all workers. I remember before negotiations started, a survey was sent out to PW members to ask them, what would you like to see in the upcoming negotiation? What percentages would you like? What issues you are having in the workplace? Because with PW, we are dynamic in terms of we have workers from the lowest to the highest. So sometimes when we don't rush ahead and sign, it's because we have to take every issue into consideration. The cleaners, the cooks, everybody issue is different, and we have to make sure at the end of the day that you get something that could reflect everybody, because there would still be conflict to say, well, they only get for the
nurses and
the
doctors.
nurses and they ain't get for me. So it's a give and take, and sometimes it's a lot of pressure on the union in having to deal with everyone. But I would say sometimes as workers, we are the union. The few representatives that we see, they are also public servants. They are also working daily like us. They're not in an office only doing union work. They have to do their respective duties when the day come and still be attached to doing union duties. So we have to give grace in that area. And as workers, we bring issues forth. The union would not know you're going through anything in your particular workplace if it's not shared or if it's not brought to light. So in terms of, from my experience of being with the union, both past and present, as workers, we have to take a bigger step to knowing what our union is about, the activities. We have AGM, information is shared, decisions are made together as workers. The union don't just do everything and leave the workers out. The union comes to Carriacou periodically. You know, when you invite members to meetings, sometimes they don't show up, they don't come. And the ones who always come and voice their opinions, maybe the same set of people, and you would send out emails. I do workplace visit, I invite persons personally, I WhatsApp. We go all out to ensure that once the union is in Carriacou, our members is aware that they are there. So we do our best. We are not perfect. We are open for improvements, but we do our best in terms of working with our members and improving in our members, because from the PW standpoint, we didn't have shop stewards for a long time. Well, I was the only active shop steward for a while, and I did it. I did May celebrations. I did what I had to do for workers because I'm passionate about it. And now we are getting other persons to commit to being shop stewards, to being assistant liaison for the PW. So it's not just the few executive running the union. That is the union. The public servants, once your respective union, you are the union. If you don't like something, you call the union office and you let them know, look, I ain't find you visiting Carriacou enough, XYZ. We have to speak up. Advocacy goes both ways, because we wouldn't know unless you speak up.
So you say that many times you would send out the press releases or you'd get feedback and things like that. But if you didn't get the feedback, then you would call meetings, right? To see if you could.
Meetings and work site visits are done. It's something that is done.
Mm-hmm.
Whether the union always check in with workers to maybe observe the environment, to hear what workers have to say, and also to bridge the gap and build relationship between the union and members. So that's why when we have the May Day celebrations tomorrow, it's a unity among the union. We have a committee for Carriacou with the different representation of the different unions. And we have public servants that, they are welcome to help. We ask them, we share the information with them. So they are free to help in the areas that they feel comfortable in helping. So we don't hide information per se from our members. We share. Some people feel boldly to come forward. There are some people that, they'll stay in the back. They go help out in different ways. So we work with people because everybody's not the same.
Okay. So let me ask you, Ms. Chateau, now, you just mentioned we're talking about salary increases, the union not yet signed the agreement, but all the other unions have done so. Is that
I will use the words of my president.
Yeah.
Each union bargains for their members, and the PWU is bargaining for PW members. So we are not
following.
We are not. What's the word I'm looking for? We are not pressured by what other unions do. We do what we think is right and necessary for the members we serve.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers. Lovely. Thank you so much there. I promise you will open up the telephone lines. Miss Fortune, you said there's some information you want to share about the march, but I think we could leave that for the last, Let me open up the lines. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101. and 4581914. We already have callers online. Let me go. Vibes FM caller, welcome to the program. Caller, you on. Thank you for waiting. Caller?
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead, yes.
Right. I would like for Daisy to be on that program. I like to hear from leaders. Now, over the years, what I notice is that these unions and them that the workers employed by government normally end up with the same results. Yeah, where increasing wages and whatnot is concerned. If it's not so, then experienced Andre Lewis could help me there. All right. Now, I look at those unions that already settled with government, and the figures are the same. But PWU causing other people to speak up against that union, because what they are seeing is different from the other union. Now, Andre, maybe you could respond to that for me, please. If cost of living increase because of something taking place in the world that cause it, okay? You negotiate on the grounds of the increase that is on, all right? Now, if 2 months later, after you would have gotten that increase because of what is happening in the world, 2 months later, things come back to normal, what do? Do you go back on the table and say, okay, well, if government call you and say, well, look, matters cause that increase, subside, it's no more. Will you agree for a deduction or not? I just wanted to answer that.
Yeah.
I have something else to say.
Well, you asked me 2 questions. I'll take the last one first. So I'll answer you with asking a question of yourself. You may not wish to answer it, but I will answer it. So I'll ask it. So you have the scenario that you have painted is that the current during the negotiating period, there's a significant increase in prices, cost of living, because of something that has happened in the world. Yes, am I correct?
Yeah.
And that increase would be reflected now in the cost of goods that you purchase, goods and services. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me ask you now, when the world go back to normalcy, you ever see any supermarket or any business place reduce their price? Tell me. No,
hold on.
Sorry.
I understand where you're coming from. Because in my opinion, and I'm speaking across the board, I believe in situation like this, the authorities should step in. Because the cost of living went up, like for instance, the war in the Middle East now. That caused oil price to go up around the world and affect cost of living. So if the state going to adjust because of that, when things normalize, the state now should call back the parties, yeah, and do a look over of the whole thing. That is how I'm looking at it.
But did you answer do you understand my question and my comment? In other words, because you are juxtaposing the natural conclusion that one can come to is that your question presupposes that if the current period resulted in, let us say, 6% increase, right? When probably there might have been a settlement for let us say 5.5, right? And that's not the case, right? That when the world come back to a state of normalcy, then there should be some understanding to take a reduction. I'm asking you, because remember, the good cost of goods and services that the workers pay for. When last have you seen any significant decrease in goods and services? As a matter of fact, let me remind you of something. During the COVID period, when the supply chain were interrupted because borders were locked down, yes, the Grenada government, the then government at that time, agreed to a reduction or waiver of certain taxes on the port in terms of freight charges. In other words, they held it at a lower level than what it would have been at then current market prices. But you remember the observation and complaint was that nobody saw those benefits. And what did the private sector say correctly so from their point? That was not the only increases that they have. So in other words, even if they got a reduction on one end, they wouldn't pass it on to the consumer. And I'm saying this, brother, whoever you are, the unions, or the unions that have been involved in, and have been involved in all in the labor movement, we do not just willy-nilly throw out pull figures from our hat. We have over the years, both in the public and private sector, take zero increases. We have, after Hurricane Ivan, the Grenada Technical Allied Workers Union, with companies that we had negotiated significant increases, gave up those increases to save jobs. What is required is a full disclosure of the employer to put his books on the table and for us to examine those books. As a matter of fact, brother, the percentage, and just one correction, there are two unions that have not yet reached final agreement with the government: the Grenada Public Workers Union and the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union. And in 2023, 24, 25, yes, in 2022 into 2023, we recall, because there was a change in administration and pension or paid, etc., etc. Yes, there was all sort of involvement by a different interest group, and some workers signed petition calling for the unions to give up the increases that they are fighting for. I can tell you today, in the public service, workers are saying en masse, not everybody, because there are sometimes, my brother, some of us sacrifice our bread and butter issues at the altar of politics. And it happens right across all political parties. I know, and you know, that there are some people, all depends on which government is in office, they want the unions to strike every day. And one other group of workers do not want strike. And then when the table turns, the perspective changes. So the responsibility of leadership, in conjunction with its broad membership, is to be able to be guided by those principles. And it is not the first time, it will not be the last time, that some parties reach agreement before us because we are not negotiating together. The only two unions that were negotiating together is the Grenada Public Workers Union and the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union. I ask you to go back, and you sung as someone that is very much in tune with what is happening. Sometime during the 2014-2016 period, remember there was this homegrown period, you would find that something similar happened when different unions reach agreement before others, and other unions held out and got more, and then everybody got the same thing. And therefore, we are not guided by what other unions do. We do cooperate together and share information, but we respect the right of individual organizations to make their own decisions. And that's what it is. There are a number of times that different unions with the same employer, and in this case, it will be government, yes, and reaches agreement before others, right? And therefore, it is not new. It will not stop. It will only stop if and when all the unions that are involved with a particular employer sits on the negotiating table together. I can tell you that in 2020, because the new period of salary increases before this one was for government was 23, 24, 25. Yes? Yes, because it's not from 26. The past administration settled with police over a 4-year agreement, and all the other unions had a 3-year agreement. And that's their right. And I hold the view, and a number of us hold the view, that the current administration, the NDC, were duty bound. Well, obviously they're duty bound because the police had a 4% on the table that they already signed to. Because don't forget that the NDC claimed that for the first year of this negotiating period that ended there, I think 24, 25, 23, 24, 25, that was a tough period for them, and they wanted significant compromises. So the 4% was influenced by the fact that the police, with the past administration, NNP, had signed a 4-year agreement. So I'm saying that there are times tactical and strategic approaches must be decided by the individual organizations. We do speak to each other. But history is there, even in the recent past. Where other unions have settled before other unions. And that's okay. That's normal. We don't have a difficulty with that. And we will never tell another union or condemn other union for either settling or not settling, because they are guided by their local environment.
Okay, caller.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Yeah.
To correct that or make it better. You don't think it will be wise for all the unions who represent workers in government services come together and have one common agenda and go to the government instead of individual unions?
I agree with you.
Andre,
no, I'm answering you because I'm answering you. And I'm saying yes.
You know who's talking to you, right?
No, I'm not sure. Tell me. I don't like calling names. You're
Cambridge.
From, yeah, well,
Cambridge.
No, yes. You see, I don't like calling names on the thing just so. I suspected so.
No, but
and I know,
I ask you, so call it.
Yes, Cambridge, and I know you're a very good comrade, a very good brother, right? You is one who have served the workers of this country. You have served the Nawasa workers, and you have been involved in serious battles during the retrenchment of Nawasas, and you know, and that is why I'm being guided by your voice. I know that you know better. And that is why you could make a suggestion as to all of us should negotiate together. And you know, more than anybody else, that we in the labor movement, and TAU in particular, is guided by deep feelings of concern for workers. And because you are part of that, you know the challenges that you went through. And even if Nawasa was owned by the state during your time, you know the challenges that we have had. Brother Cambridge, I want to recognize you. I know these days, especially who is in office, and we're speaking openly here because everybody should know you, right? You are right.
Yeah.
All depends on who is in office. I may get different advice from you, but I can take that. I can live with that because I understand the political connections. Because you have identified.
But I don't take sides.
No,
I don't take sides.
No, but I'm saying the level of advice that I may get. I know the different times that we have conversation. I'm speaking to you bluntly, and not you alone.
Yeah.
And I'm not opposed to you for that because you may believe in an administration who you may feel that because you are close to them, they might look out for the interests and you prepare of workers and give them a lie. But I am saying that what we continue to do is that which we have done over all the years. And I want to once again commend you for all that you did over the years for the workers of this country as a senior person in TAU, a management committee member, shop steward, and not just for TAU members, for the wider working class. And your interventions on national issues, right, in my view, is guided by deep feelings of interest for the people involved.
Before I go, let me just make one statement. Mm-hmm. In leading up to the 2003 election, being a strong supporter of the NDC, we had a meeting in TAU House with Nazim and a few others from the party. And I watched Naz in his eyes and said to him, you know that I am a strong supporter of the party, but I always look on the side of workers. Today or tomorrow, I vote for you and you come in office. When time for bread and butter, I standing up for bread and butter.
True.
He watched me as if he's struck.
True.
But I know you get a message.
True.
So I don't take insight, but I need clarity where I don't have.
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
No, right.
Have a successful meeting.
Thanks. But Kim, let me just make the point, and I'm glad it is someone like Comrade Kalyan Cambridge that made that point.
Yeah.
He said he recalls quite clearly that in 2003, in the lead up to the election, the Technical and Allied Workers Union met with the NDC. So when we meet with NNP and we meet with all the political parties, it is part of what we do because we engage. The political parties will form whichever administration, and therefore you must engage. So here is one who has openly declared his hands, but who has said, right, that he was part of a meeting with Technical and Allied Workers Union, meeting with the NDC. So what's wrong when we meet with NNP? Or we should meet with all political parties.
Of course.
But unions meet with all employers.
Yeah. Well, precisely.
No, that's very important,
Yes.
because it's not like one thing.
I want you to remember that one,
Yeah,
Kim.
okay.
That we met with remember that one. So you could correct the comments.
You're not involved much in
Yeah,
the conversation.
I think it's time there is a time for everything. Time to listen, time to understand, because understanding comes from your ability to listen and understand. So I think it was good that I can hear the various angles and perspectives. But I have other questions to ask, but I just wanted to ask this question. With a human rights background, I think this has always been an important issue for me. So I think it's Senator Lewis that said a while ago there, or earlier on, that where there are rights, there are responsibilities. And I endorse that 150%, because indeed, sometimes we focus a lot on the rights of people, and we don't understand that along with those rights that we have comes responsibilities. Tell me, do you believe that workers, generally speaking, who you are fighting for, standing up for in solidarity, do you think workers fully appreciate the fact that they too have responsibilities and they must be held accountable for the responsibilities that they have based on the fact that they have a right to work, for example? What's your view on that, Senator Lewis?
Okay, thank you. And the answer is absolutely yes. I mean, it is not, I mean, there are challenges. There are some workers who, and that is why there are grievance procedures. You know, the collective agreement, by its very nature, recognizes that there are people that will fall short. And it addresses the way of how you deal with that. And if you look at our workforce, if you look at our work, what will be important is to find out how many workers from a workplace that normally faces this disciplinary action. And you'll find out that is in a vast majority, minority, right? Vast minority. And in all relationship, there will be challenges. And we have a responsibility to ensure that the worker understands their rights and also their responsibilities. The employer has that right also, right? Yes, it is not everybody that performs up to standard. And that is why under the disciplinary procedure, it speaks about the steps, because it recognizes that, look, in any relationship, and especially when you're dealing with human beings, So I like your question as to whether or not you ask if all workers, certainly no, but the vast majority do. Likewise, there are a number of employers who basically don't have a clue of what's contained in a collective agreement because they feel they can do what they want. They wake up one morning on the side of the bed, they're not feeling too good, right? And they come to work and you didn't say good morning or you didn't smile. So, yes.
But does the union have that as a priority, getting workers to understand and know what their responsibilities are? Because they may be competent and qualified in all other ways, but in terms of dealing with adhering to the responsibilities that they have, and my experience in recent past is that this is an area that things fall down. When people only talk about the rights, yes, okay, we uphold your rights, but along those rights comes responsibility that you have to adhere to and should promote, encourage, and practice, as far as I'm concerned.
No, agreed. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, agreed. In other words, so we have to do continuous work, and we do have workshops, we do have engagements, we do workplace visits. And I'm using this opportunity based on your question also to make an appeal to the employers who many times refuses us permission to engage with the workers, sometimes indirectly. You know, you want to visit the workplace, I just meet in an informal discussion to see us as your partner, identify to us the challenges that you have. You think we want to be spending time every day as to whether or not a worker follow what instructions he got or he produce as he ought to produce when there are bigger issues for us to look at? We want to be able that when we come before employer A or B, we can say, look at your performance, look at the level of commitment and sacrifice of your workers. And therefore, based on your returns, we are making a case for X, Y, or Z. So it is in our interest, as an employer's interest, for us to collaborate. And that is why in most of our collective agreements, we try to get an article called joint consultation. What is joint consultation? Joint consultation where at a predetermined time, the employer and the union will meet to discuss matters that is not for discipline, meaning that it's punctuality, productivity, but it's not designed to take, is what we call preventative maintenance. Preventative maintenance that you identify challenges, you identify trends, and you have open discussions. But what is also important is that workers need to feel comfortable that once they open up to an employer about the challenges that they face, that they will not be singled out down the road for unfair treatment. Because some employers, because we're human beings, look, some employers can't take a large part of the problems that we have. There are some managers that can't take a junior worker saying, excuse me, sir, but you are not right here for X or Y reason. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a call.
Sure.
Let me ask our callers. Please hold on. What's up, caller? Caller, come in. You've been waiting. Thank you. Hello? Caller?
Pleasant good morning, Kim. How are you doing?
Okay, not bad at all. Go right ahead, yes.
Okay. I have to say a pleasant good morning to Senator Lewis, and it's a pleasure to have individuals like himself when we do on programs like that to give some feedback on the union. Because most time when people hear the union, in most cases, is either they sign in a bargaining agreement or we will hear them shouting to get something done that they find that they ain't getting done in the right way. So I want to applaud him for being there. PW worker Daisy has that as well. I realize she's gone. I want to applaud both her and Tau for being there. So Senator Lewis, you take a bow. Couple questions that I had to ask. Something I wanted clarification on from Senator Lewis, and I'm happy that he's there. I'm asking for a friend of a friend. What is the status in terms of bargaining agreement as it relates to NAWASA? And is there anything on the table for NAWASA to come through in the next bargaining agreement? Because again, as I say, a friend of a friend of a friend. And I also want to know what percentage or did anyone from the COVID-19 pandemic as it related to St. George's University, how many people were able to get the years of service, the increments for when they was hesitant from taking the vaccine during that period? Those two questions I would like to get a little clarification on. Do have a good one, guys. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And representing the Public Workers Union here today is Comrade Gloria Fortune and Sister Wendy Chateau. I recognize the caller said that Sister has stepped out. Yeah. Yes, but I just wanted to know that it is three of us that are here. Yes. So let me start with NAWASA. NAWASA collective agreement is outstanding, although completed, from the Technical and Allied Workers Union. There's an issue that the parties agreed to, and the current leadership of NAWASA wants to renege on that which was agreed. I can tell you that the lead negotiator, I wouldn't call names, but that will be pointed enough, has clearly told them that that was agreed to around the table. Yes? And we are seeing a trend where in the statutory bodies, the senior persons on the boards, the various chairpersons, are intervening directly to micromanage and seeking to try to change that which is agreed to, right? With unions. We are seeing that. We are seeing that there is a certain level of arrogance that has been rearing its head. So in the case of NAWASA, the period we had closed salaries from 2020 to 2023. The period that is outstanding is 2023 to 2026. The 2020 to 23 collective agreement is not yet signed because there is a fundamental aspect of that document that the company, right, does not want to go into collective agreement, although it was agreed to and everything. And the negotiating team or the leader knows that, right? And they are also aware that in the event that we are able to sign off on this agreement, the likelihood of closing the 2023 to 2026 period is high. So they know that, and they know our position on this matter. As a matter of fact, we are seeking to get this agreement signed and to sign off on the 23 to 26 collective agreement before the period ended, and the period ended in March of 2026. So we wanted to be upfront with the signing of the agreement. But at times you reach challenges. Sometimes you don't, you hear about it. So because you asked about NAWASA, I wanted to say this is where you're at, and we were able in 2017, 2018 to get all NAWASA workers regularized, former contract workers, and we had to take strong industrial action to do that, right, which was a major and significant development for the workers. As it relates to SGO, the unvaccinated workers who are denied the right of access to the compound to continue the work in June of 2021, that matter has not yet been resolved. There were some proposals on the table, and we have been trying to get the company to up its offer. And we say offer because as far as we are concerned, the workers were prevented by the company. The company has been saying that they are on unpaid leave. Now, you can't be on unpaid leave for 5 years. But the company, based on their legal advice, right, there are certain things that they are not prepared to do. And what is preventing, let me be frank here, because we held a meeting 2 weeks ago with the company, and we are due to meet with the workers this coming Tuesday. That's TAO. The company was absolutely clear. Money is not an issue. Money is not an issue because the difference that may be separating us right now might be close to 600,000 EC dollars, which is under 300,000 US dollars. The company is clear. The company, what is preventing the settlement is the local private sector, together with the lawyers, that are saying, look, do not do anything more. Do not do anything more, right? Because you'll be creating precedents. So that is, and you see what you call solidarity, because this is solidarity that they are giving to each other. SGU, as a global university, as a global company, this is no money for them. But they are aware, and has been raised by their lawyers and the local private sector, that look, march breaks, don't do that, because you are now exposing us, right, to the possibility that the other unions or the unions in different workplaces will come and say, okay, yeah, well, SGU did this, you should do it too. Because SGU have said, and because we are at that point where I think we have reached the end and other things needs to happen, because SGU, a major player in our economy, if the business class and the government of Grenada was concerned about the possible impact of SGU on the economy, because SGU is said to be responsible for over 27% of our GDP, right? This is what has been established. And let's say we accept that. Then why the private sector? Why you think the private sector is interested in telling them, do not do that settlement? Because it will create precedent, rather than saying, as SGU, who has that money? And that's nothing for them, right? Settle that issue, call it what you want, do it how you want, settle that issue so that our economy, or you as SGU, will not stand to be running into industrial problems. But it's the aspect of solidarity, and that's where interest lies. Interest, the interest of the bourgeoisie, interest of the private sector, right? They intervene and advise one another, and that's okay. We expect that. But they will have a difficulty when we advise or take solidarity across different workplaces. I can tell you, SGU is absolutely clear that it is not a money issue, and we knew it was not a money issue. It took them years to admit that. They finally admitted that it's not a money issue, but it's a concern of employers in Grenada and lawyers in Grenada about the possibility of setting precedents. So do not go down certain road.
Okay, next. Landline caller. Caller, you there? Caller? Let me take the WhatsApp caller now. WhatsApp caller? Yes, go ahead.
Guest,
yes, go ahead.
Kim, good morning.
Yes.
I want to ask a question. Andre, I think you two is very much aware that that position, it may not be a very adverse position to take, in the sense that SGU is a U.S. company and they are operating in Grenada. So if it is, they have the money and they are willing to pay, it may, yes, obviously set a precedent that the companies in Grenada that are local company would be put in an adverse position. So I don't think, I mean, listening to you, I don't think it is a very difficult position to accept, I mean, based on what you say. But let me go to my substance point. It relates to your position now as it relates to the salary negotiation with the government, both you and the Public Workers Union. I wanted to answer that question. What is the difference between the Public Workers Union employees and the people who they represent, as opposed to the other union representation? So the people they represent, what is the difference between those persons? What are the differences? Are there any differences?
Yeah, there are two separate bargaining units, and each one is guided by the mandate and objective.
I'm not talking about the bargaining unit.
Well, no, I'm answering you.
I'm talking about the people.
You want to answer the question? No, you want to answer the question yourself?
Grenada. They all live in Grenada. What I'm asking for, what are the differences with those people?
Well, so I'll answer you. Well, I'm answering you. First of all, you're dealing with different bargaining units who negotiate differently. And in very few workplaces in Grenada, everybody get the same increases. So let's start there. Very few workplaces, and many times it depends on your ability to negotiate. Depends on your strength of your argument. So if I was to follow where your question may lead, one may make an argument that all workers throughout the country should get the same increase because there ain't no difference, right? You know, as we face the same supermarket, right? We face some of the same challenges. However, some of the differences can be based on what other fringe benefits you have, what terms and conditions you have, right? What are the challenges that you face? What is your salary level? So, for instance, in the Grenada Public Workers Union and the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, we represent some workers who are very close to the minimum wage. As a matter of fact, in our last round of negotiation, the Technical and Allied Workers Union ended up before the Minister for Labor. And we ended up, we were the last union to sign. Let me just make that point. Because we went all the way up to the Minister for Labor. Even at that time, while petitions were organized by different interest groups to try to influence the negotiating process, which is normal. So I don't lose sleep over those things. I don't complain about that because I know that's normal. Yes? While that was done, our union went the highest. And their negotiating team, government negotiating team, had said that the workers, even where they had reached settlement, could have gotten more. We could have gotten more. But by the time we reached to the Minister for Labor, things stayed where it were, right? And we are where we are. So there can be differences in terms of terms and conditions because each party, each union has its different fringe benefits. Each unions have different salary scales. Each unions have different salary bandwidths, right? Some unions may have people that, in terms of where they start on the salary scale, a 5% or a 4% certainly will have a different impact. If you are working for $1,500 a month, my brother, right? And someone else is working for $3,000 a month. A 4% increase on $1,500 is basically, 4% of 1,000 is 40, and therefore 5 is basically about $60, right? $60.
Andrew, I don't want to cut you, but I understand all of those disparities and the effect it will have. But you see, I'm having, and maybe I don't want to be so some kind of thing, but let me say.
Now be open, comrade. Be open with me. Let's talk straight. There's no hold bar.
Let me say this.
Say it.
I am getting, and I'm not no bright boy, so please don't think. I am getting the impression that this inherent blood that is placed in union leaders to fight is what is manifesting now. If we don't fight, we will not be called union leaders. Because, I think you all should reach at a point, and going back to Cambridge when you made the suggestion, you all should reach a point where all of the unions, the government is the employer, you come together and put your proposal together and negotiate as one body.
I agree with you.
I cannot for the life of it. And yet there are some times in the past, a lot of things has happened. There was a lot of mistrust and all of those things. Yes, it has happened in the past. Sometimes I supported, sometimes I didn't. But I cannot for the life of it. So let me ask you a question.
Sure.
What is preventing your union now, as opposed to and the public workers, in accepting the proposal in terms of salary increases,
right? So
then afterwards dealing with the fringe benefits?
Yeah. So
my thing is,
but you asked me, let me answer you.
Somehow I feel, Andre, sometimes they just have unnecessary delays and fights and quarrels, and then in the end you come to something that you originally did not want to do, originally did not accept.
Well, that happens.
Somehow.
Yeah. So because see, I want to engage you. You're asking me a question, you're answering it. That's okay. But hear what? You ask what is the difference? The Technical Allied Workers Union and the Public Workers Union negotiate jointly on salaries, not on fringe benefits. The Technical Allied Workers Union have some of the lowest paid workers en masse than other unions. And I wouldn't go into, obviously, out of respect, go into all of the details on the negotiating table.
No.
But I can tell you that I am sure that no one on a negotiating table representing the government could say that we have been reckless or unfair. Obviously, they want us to agree. Obviously, they want us to agree. But I can tell you, my brother, our information is that cost of living for the group of workers that we represent has gone up into double figures. So when for instance, where we are at 6 or 7% asking of the government, and the government is at 4.45, the same increase that were given in the last round of negotiations. And we all know that cost of living outside of the Iran war have significantly increased. We know that, and we know. So our approach, gone are the days when our union will go to a bargaining table and ask 17%, hoping to find some middle ground. No, and we go as close as possible to what we estimate the cost of living increases to be, right? Because as we speak, my brother, find out the information, and I know you know it, I know you know, that the average worker, close to 37%, close to 40% of their salary goes towards transportation. Let me repeat. Close to 37%, close to 40% goes towards transportation. Not only this, let us deal with the public officer. The public officer with a new pension or savings that the government has introduced, right? Have 3% has to be taken from their salaries, right? Bear that in mind. Not only this, NIS has gone up. NIS has gone up. Not only this, as we speak, I think it was January this year.
That percentage is not a loss, Andrew.
What? No,
you will agree with me.
No, it is not a loss. But you see, why you think workers can't save? Workers can't save. No. Let me just finish, please.
I don't want to take a whole lot of time, and maybe you can explain it when I leave.
Yeah, sure.
Let me make a suggestion. Make a suggestion before I leave.
Sure.
Could you and the other union leaders reach a point where, outside of the bargaining process and period, that we can sit, and I'm speaking here directly as it relates to the government.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Where you can sit and bring forward a proposal that could put all of those things into context, like the point that you made where some workers, even if they get the 5% increase, where does it bring them as opposed to others?
Sure.
Where all of those things could be trashed out.
Sure.
So that in further negotiations, when it comes up in 2027, maybe there are some other things that you could bargain for in the meantime. Because what is happening now is a global thing. It is not just a Grenada thing. And yes, I am going through the same thing that others are going through. There are some people who is not working and have to go through the same thing. And when we sit down and we listen to Andrea and Daisy pushing forward certain narratives, and where other unions have signed on, and we are waiting for, we have kind of grown accustomed to a kind of tranquil period in the labor relations department. And I would like to see that continue. Not burying your heads in the sand, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, could you all find common ground? Bring those issues outside of the bargaining process, where it could be trashed out. So next time you go into the bargaining period, those things are taken care of, and then you will not have that inequity, so to speak, in the system. I hope I make myself clear.
You are clear. The government should employ you as a strategist, right? No, I am not. I'm not saying that you're one of the strategists, and I'll be out of place to say that. Even if I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you to try to defend yourself. But hear what? No, you see, you are speaking about kicking the can down the road, right? And that is what the unions have always been doing. That's what we have always been doing. And our position is yes, it is buttressed by the current economic crisis in the world. But we didn't come to our when we made our proposals, we were not at this period of global crisis. If we had to make proposal in this period, it'd be much more. So my brother, if we had to make proposal in this period, it will be much more. And we are always willing to discuss. We're always willing to find settlement. But as you would appreciate and understand, look, the state can find money to do almost anything it wants to do. It is a matter of allocation of resources. It's a matter of allocation of resources. When we have activities, we can find money to spend. We can do different things. All that we are fighting for is to ensure that our members get a better increase that could help buttress some of the direct impact upon themselves and other terms and conditions. But we're going to reach there. We're going to reach there, but it will not be, well, I know you say don't put our heads in the sun, and we'll never do that.
Okay, all right. We have all the lines backed up there. So we have to just hold the lines there for a little while because I'm looking at our time, and it's been a very healthy discussion this morning. I like that. But Ms. Fortune, you had mentioned earlier on about the May Day, the procedure, what's going to take place tomorrow. You wanted to get that in the making, right? As it pertains to the what's going to take place. Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mills. Speaking on the May Day, I would like to give a little insight on the traffic on that day, as was discussed with the Carriacou Police Station, Northern District. So I'm speaking based on their guidance. Okay. So we have the match, which would hopefully leave off from 11:30. So the road along the stadium would be closed between 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's when the ceremony is due to start. That's when we get back and the ceremony is due to start. The bypass road by the tambourine tree would be used. And when the ceremony starts at 2 p.m., the road would be open. The stadium road adjacent to Paradise Beach would be open, but it would be opened only one way for vehicular traffic because there would be parking on one side of the stadium, along one side of the stadium to go down. We are asking persons to come, persons that are taking part in the match, that are marching, that are driving, please come early so that you can get a comfortable park. We would have officers on assignment to direct you to ensure that vehicles are parked properly and there are no issues and stuff. So even if you come at 11 and maybe there is space to park, you would be allowed to go down and park.
Okay.
Yes. So they decide to close off the road because of the volume of persons that would be on island and on the match, because we are looking at, it could be 1,500 or more walkers on the road, and we want to avoid the collision. So the road will be closed from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It reopens at 2 p.m. One-way traffic along the stadium route. Parking would be allowed along one side of the road. We are asking persons to please comply, to please walk along with the police. If you're having any challenges, the officers would be there. Please walk along with them so we can have a smooth flow in traffic and the day can run smooth. And also, I want to stick to the significance of why we are here. On my end, I want to encourage the workers of Carriacou and Petit Martinique to come out to march, to stand with your union. We are the union, and our responsibility is to march, to show solidarity, and remember that we are not only doing this for us, we are doing it for the workers that would come 10, 20, 25 years from now, like our foreparents did for us. So we are standing in the gap for the workers of the future. We may not get all the benefits now, but we are standing in the gap for setting good foundation, solid foundation, so it can be built on in the future. Just like some of the benefits that we enjoy, our foreparents stood for it, but a lot of them did not enjoy it. So we are also grateful as workers for the many benefits that we enjoy, for the security of our union that we have that could guide the process and spearhead negotiation to ensure that we can stand tall. So my message here today to workers of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, the different areas, the TAU, PWU, Bank and General, all the unions, I'm encouraging you to be proud. Come out tomorrow, wear your respective T-shirts, carry your posters with pride, and know that we are uniting for something better, for the betterment of the workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, and also our nation as a whole, because we do hold a heavy mantle where we produce, where we keep our country afloat, and where we have to do our best and give the best always. So I am charging, and it will be reflected with my other colleague. I am encouraging our workers to come out. My members, PW, has been purchasing the t-shirts and showing support in that area. So I'm encouraging you not just to purchase, but to come out. We assemble at 10 a.m. We want to leave at 11:30. So the timing is to guide the process. So we want to have a good day tomorrow. We want to at least start on time, because persons from the mainland, some persons have to go back in the night. We have entertainment, we have cricket, we have dominoes, we have games. It's a day of social interaction, getting to know each other more, and getting to know our union reps, our executive members of our different bodies, getting to know them, getting to have conversations that would benefit us in the future. We have local artists, we have string band music, we have cricket, we have dominoes, we have games. So come on out, support your union, represent yourself as well. So Kim, that is my message here today.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Chateau. Wendy. Okay. Yes. You want to say something too? Yeah.
Final words. Yes. Of course. Thank you again for having us this morning. And like my sister, I want to encourage as many members of all of the unions as possible to come out tomorrow. Tomorrow is your day. So come out and enjoy it. Just to remind you, the theme for tomorrow's celebration is Stronger Together, Defending Workers' Rights, Securing Our Future. So in order to be together, you have to show up. So we encourage everyone to come out. We don't want the members in Carriacou to feel outnumbered by the members from the mainland. So come out in your numbers and participate in tomorrow's activities.
Okay, thank you so much, Day. And Senator?
Thank you very much. Wrapping up, I thank you for accommodating us. Brother Coy, thanks for entertaining us too here, to the listening public. We wish you all the very best. We give you the commitment that we shall continue to defend and advance your rights and your interests. And in part, I will use this Carriacou experience as a case so that comrades can understand. In 2022, 2023, there was what we call, when the administration changed, there was a Carriacou 5 right? The 5 persons that were dismissed in Carriacou. Mm-hmm. The current Attorney General, Minister for Labor, said publicly that they were fairly terminated. Yes? The unions, and in particular the Public Workers Union, did not give up. Did not give up. They keep saying, because we knew that they were unfairly dismissed. We knew the reasons behind it. It had nothing to do with performance. As a matter of fact, some of these sisters were some of the best performing workers in Carriacou in the line of duty that they were doing. That's an established fact. Right? So it is not always about productivity. It is not always about discipline, but it's sometimes about politics and other things. Now, we did not give up. The Public Workers Union did not give up the fight. Lo and behold, years after, about 3 years after, the same Attorney General, same Minister for Labor, turn around and say, boasting that they have solved the issue, the workers have been paid for the years of service because they were unfairly terminated. Had we given up and left these 5 sisters, natives of Carriacou, sisters of Carriacou, the women folk who have been consistently exploited through violence and other things. Are you following me?
Yeah.
Those that we say let us stand with, and let me just say, the TC stands in solidarity and condemn acts of violence against women and children, right? Could you imagine us not standing up for these 5 sisters of Carriacou and the government coming around and admit that they were unfairly dismissed? Had we, just as how other people might say, well, look, but the union is wrong because the government said they did everything right, or the employer said they did everything wrong. Here is a case by the same, and not only that, the minister boasted to say how much that they love workers. Because look that they have paid the 5 workers, wherein you are the one in the first instance that dismissed them, where in the first instance they wanted to be working. I'm using this not as a controversial point, but as to bring home the point that it must be about bread and butter. It's about human beings. It's about these people, these sisters who are working to take care of the family, who not because of performance, but because of other considerations, probably political, were sent home. The administration said that they were fairly dismissed, including the Attorney General, whose office it is to advise cabinet, whose office come back. And these are the facts. I'm sure you're aware of it. Aren't you aware that it has been settled?
Yeah,
it's been aware that they have been paid? And they were only been paid because it was accepted that they were unfairly dismissed. So could you imagine, had we just put our hands up in the air, the Public Workers Union, and the Public Workers Union, Brother Brian Grimes and Sister Hazard and Sister Paula and others got real blows from a particular section of the population, that all that you want to do is just to create problems for the government. But let this be the lesson. Let this be the example of our role and function, and tomorrow it can be you. In these words, comrades, I encourage all to observe May Day tomorrow, to remember the sacrifices made by our founding fathers, to recognize that the progress that we have made came through blood, sweat, and tears with loss of lives, to understand that we are in a period when, if we drop our guards, our progress will be reversed. We see what is happening in the United States, where the white dominance is taken to recolonize us, right? And therefore, what we need to do is to hold that ground that we have achieved and seek to make advancement, all in the interest of Grenada. But there are different interests within Grenada, because not every equity is what is important, not equality. We need equity so that everyone can see where they are going. Because if it is equality, everyone will be given 5, 5, 5. Whereas if it is equity, some may be given 5, some may be given 14, some may be given 10, because some may require 10 to bring them up to a decent standard, when some might require as little as 4. So once again, thank you very much for having us.
And based on your summarization, there's many reasons to celebrate tomorrow. Right?
Precisely, and to plan for the future, because we are not just celebrating the past, but we are building upon, as Sister Gloria said, what our founding fathers did for us. The question of even adult suffrage to vote came about because of the different struggles, but a significant part played by labor movements. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well, too. Okay, and thank you to you all. And always invite you whenever you want to get across a message there, because there are so many telephone calls unanswered here, and maybe another time we'll be able to get them out. Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
Enjoy. Okay.
Okay. Very nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that will just wrap up our first part of Speak Out Unfiltered for today. And we're going to continue in just a matter of moments. Please stay tuned. Speak Out Unfiltered continues right here on Vibes FM. I want to remind you of telephone numbers to call and interact with us: 403-0101, 403-0101, 443-0101, 443-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. Let me do the numbers again for you. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. So to you, Koi, you just heard the representative from the unions and discussing Mayday and some of the issues and everything involved in negotiating and keeping everything on a smooth path, right?
It is intended to keep everything on a smooth path, but you know what? Once we have these kinds of negotiations taking place, be it for fringe benefits, be it for salary, whatever it is, there's always the human factor where people would want to create some chaos. Chaos, yes. I mean, it's because sometimes people go the extra mile just to get what they want.
Yeah.
And if that extra mile is to shut down everything,
So be it.
so be it. So it's always a time when people really go to the extreme to get what they want. But if, as the theme says, stronger together, yes. And I'm saying stronger together. I'm not just talking about the union stronger together, but if all workers stand up for their their responsibilities, we're going to have a smoother and a more quiet and peaceful industrial climate.
Yep. Vibes FM,
yeah.
Vibes FM caller?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, yes.
Yeah, I just calling to say, Andre, maybe, I mean, when I say that in a sense like you're getting everything done now, because during the NMP time was just memorandum of understanding. But now you get a government who is taking care of workers. Now you're trying to push the government to give you more, because he said it. He said that the other union that bargained before, the government said they could have get more. Right?
Yeah.
But no, you're pushing the government now to give you more. I see these guys and I'm grateful and they're working for a political agenda.
Well, caller,
but
let me just say,
up from here.
Let me say, caller, let me
Thank
say.
you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. But as you caller just mentioned there, but Senator Lewis, mentioned, that the negotiations with the NDC now, because I'm going straight to government, NDC now is much easier, or maybe more climate, ready than the previous government. So he did give some credit, that they were feeling, or they were getting more done now, easier, but not all done.
Well, of course, I don't think we could ever go around thinking that we'll get everything. That's why it's called a negotiation.
Right.
You give some, you win some, you lose some. But of course, unions would want to say that whatever they do, it's in the best interest of the workers. Government will also say that too. Whatever they are doing is in the best interest of the workers. So negotiations.
Yeah.
And I wish the day will come when we could sit down genuinely and speak and resolve issues. For too long, I've been looking at the fact that we don't like to resolve issues,
We like conflicts.
Yeah.
We like conflicts.
Yeah, we don't like to genuinely resolve issues. And there are so many issues that have to be. Productivity is a concern for many people. Yeah. And how do we resolve that? How do we get people to understand their role and their responsibility in the fulfillment of the jobs that pays them?
That's been an issue. Okay, Vibes FM. Line 9 caller come in. Line 9 call. Hello, yes, go ahead. You're on now.
Good morning, Brother Kim.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon now, man.
Afternoon. I was so waiting because I supposed to back one down. I was praying for somebody to oil, but like I was saying, nobody there oil at all. Good morning, Brother Coyle.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you.
Like that.
One dong?
Good morning, Leo, wherever you are.
One dong now. Okay.
Kim, I know you. I know you all. University have a lot of things to distribute that people could learn.
one of the things I know, I don't want to be long, and I hope a lot of this people who call in this morning, including myself, be short. If you have a long thing, do it in half.
Right, okay.
And I know you will agree with me, Kim.
I agree with you.
Kim, three things I want to talk about quick. One, I don't want to elaborate too much on that guy. Yeah, that guy who was trying to read something from Kerikou. Just call him the back of a spoon. He couldn't read the thing. So what them children in Alpha do, they get on one of them radio stations and they put together what he's supposed to be reading, what Emlyn Pierce said. Boy, I never meet a man struggle to say is, you know. And if, and all kind of thing from Kerikou, you know him?
You liked him, eh?
You know him?
Yeah.
And what was the next one? I wonder if you listen to this lunatic on GBN on Tuesday. Cox, you know, replacement at Cox, you know, or two of them doesn't meeting together. Everything people come to. Oh man, spend a whole hour on the phone about she thinks. She walk up every scan pipe. Everybody coming and meet her. Well, probably they hate you in the lotto, the American lotto. I never meet I think so. Could talk something is like two. The last one in my first segment, I talking to Ethan about I could have cried. You see, Mr. Lennox Andrews, the Minister of Agriculture, this man was my basketball president. And I've never met an honest man. I meet a lot of honest people. I know a lot of honest people. This man is very honest, he and his wife matter. And they surround themselves with decent people. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I know other days somebody, but it's so close, they could almost pass. People like Jacqueline. You understand what I mean? And a few others, you know, I could call from Grenville. I know that whole clique. Jacqueline Smith and a few others. And let me tell you, you know what section will get me? Is when they give a man the thing to wrap up, and that man say that thing that he wasn't expecting to son that lady because he know her child. You know?
Yeah.
And how she kind of embarrassing. They say not crying, tears outside, but he actually crying inside, I think. That's what got me. She should not have treated that guy like that because he deserve that. You understand? So these three sections were really I really was concerned about after election that sitting in Parliament when yesterday, the day before?
That was Monday.
Huh?
Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah, that was burning. That was real burning. But nevertheless, let me say good morning to my to Miss Joan Purcell and Miss Gail Purcell. Miss Gail Purcell's mother always lock it down in New York when he advice come on. So I know she listened to the whole program. Miss Mulbaya and Miss Franca Bonadine. You understand? And Miss Tessa Sensei. But Kim, all you know who is my MP?
Where you from, you mean?
Claudette?
I'm from St. George's. I just vote in Marisho House.
Okay, yes, I remember that.
Claudette Joseph.
Who's my MP? Because I'm blind. I have to take guidance from all. So when I go there, I go, no.
So you want to know?
Who's my MP, Kim?
His MP is Claudette Joseph.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm gone.
Okay. Oh boy, always
But if he's saying that he's in the tongue of St. George constituency, and talking about his MP, the MP is Peter David, right?
Well, no, yes, I mean
Member of Parliament,
member of Parliament for St. George.
Yes,
but that's not his MP.
That's not his MP.
No.
So Claudette has another constituency?
No, that is the MP. Okay.
Yes.
Anyhow, but he mentioned there, which is so thing, and it concerned the last sitting of Parliament, and this potatoes issue. I mean, really, it was something that was uncalled for. The way the opposition reacted, really, really uncalled for. I mean, there was no need for them to have reacted in that manner. And the thing that surprised me even more about it is that when one say do or one say die, they all just join together on the same note rather than trying to, encourage one another to.
So can we really believe that they could have assisted each other by saying don't go there or don't do that and do that and so on? I mean, this is something that they grasped the opportunity immediately as it presented itself. I don't understand why they had to respond in that way. And it's not just what happened, but look at the messages, look at the intent of what happened, and what the honorable MP for St. Andrew North West, I think it was, yes, is saying. Think about it. She's saying that she has doubts. She has doubts in accepting this thing. Not in eating it,
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the eating part yet.
Yeah, just accepting.
Just accepting it. And the reason the doubts are there because something happened a few years ago, and she still have doubts. She still have doubts that is something that's possible to her at this time. And I heard the leader of His Majesty opposition saying, "All right, I mean, she's protecting herself from what?"
But hold on, before we even get into some of the clips, the clips there, that what transpired there. But you just mentioned the term leader of the opposition. Who's the leader of the opposition?
No, well, the leader of His Majesty opposition is Honorable Emlyn Pierre.
Yeah, it just
in Parliament. I'm talking in Parliament. I'm talking about the opposition on the outside anyway.
No, in Parliament.
Yeah, in Parliament, I'm talking about.
How? So when did she become the leader of the opposition?
When did she become? I think. Well, she became the leader of the opposition when she won the party election and become the leader of the party.
But the party and the government isn't it two different things?
Yeah. Because
so how, in other words, I'm just kind of puzzled now. I said I was going to even ask you, not even on air, but maybe we on air now, so you might be able to bring some clarity on that. But I thought that in order to become the leader of the opposition, as when the election was called, the Governor General, I was the one who appointed the former leader of the party.
Well, the leader of the party
is always the leader of the opposition. Is that
well,
so? It's automatic.
It is automatic in the sense that those on the other side agree that this person is.
So
yes?
if they agree that this person is the leader of the opposition. So if tomorrow now they decide that the leader of the opposition would be, say, Kate.
No.
That's okay.
No. I don't think that's how it works. It had a pattern in terms of, because even the Prime Minister, to be appointed by the Governor General, the Governor General has to know that a majority of people in the House support him. So the point is, it's not just a matter of because you are leader of the party that you just automatically, but of course there's a process.
Well, I would like to know what the process is. I've been, already. I'm not.
If the one who was known as the leader of the opposition before say, okay, I resign, I leave Parliament or whatever.
But what I'm saying is, there a process that's supposed to take place, Is it just to say, well, now you're the leader of the party, so you become the leader of the opposition, so he's still the MP, right?
Yes.
He's still the MP, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. We're going to get back into that. Let me take a call. Vibe FM caller. Caller, come in.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, hello.
I'm calling regarding that potato situation that I'm listening to.
Yeah.
Now, I think Kate is totally out of line. And it is very disrespectful to the Grenadian people to have a representative of the House coming in Parliament and saying something like that. Kate should be expelled from there. And as Emlyn Pierre, I don't really know what her position is, but as she claimed to be the leader, as a leader, what message are you sending to the people of Grenada? Whether you're NNP or NDC or movement or whatever you are, it is despicable what is happening there. And I would like to see Kate be expelled and Emmeline made a public
apology
to the nation. She is the leader of a party. And as a leader of a party, you do not say something like that to the nation of the people. So we leaders have to take responsibility for what they are saying and the message that they are sending out to the people. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Again, 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101. And you can also call 458-1914, 458-1914. Back to you, Koi. And the caller just mentioned a leader of the opposition again. We're saying that, but I just want to just get some clarity on that because I'm not aware of the procedure. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, well, the one that commands the greater majority in Parliament, other side, the one that controls the majority or has the majority support. In the case of the winning party, is the leader, is the prime minister.
So he becomes the prime minister,
yes.
Right?
And the one that commands the greater majority on the opposition side, will become. I think that's my understanding of what it is. But in terms of the process of people leaving and say, I'm no longer the leader.
Uh-huh.
There has to be some kind of conversation, I'm not saying
there may not be a conversation, but the point I'm just trying to make is that I thought, and this is my thinking, that we had a situation there whereby there was a process.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not aware of any process taking place.
Okay.
Vibes FM, caller, come in.
Good morning again, Kim.
Yes, good morning, yes.
The process is the Governor General is informed that a particular person in the House commands the majority, whether it's on the government side or on the opposition side.
Right.
And that person will be so confirmed as the Prime Minister or as the leader of the opposition.
Right.
But that is the process how it is.
Yeah, aren't they supposed to go to the GG and maybe swear in?
That is where the information is a position that is conferred.
Right.
In the sense that if there is a consensus that Noran Cox is whatever, then they just inform the Governor General that this individual commands the majority, the support of the majority of this side or that or the other side, and that person is either conformed with the Prime Ministership or the leader of the opposition. That is how I know it happens.
But are you aware of anything taking place like that? Recently.
It was done, and maybe it was done in secret because I don't think it was something to be publicized.
Okay.
No, but
it was not something to be publicized anyway. So I mean, they had to do it in a covert way, basically. But I mean, it's something that the public could see, really.
But caller, you don't think the opposition as leader of His Majesty's opposition wants enough national interest and concern to the people because it's part of governance.
Listen.
Listen.
Don't understand.
Listen to the question I'm asking. Listen to the question I'm asking. Kimia is saying that he hasn't heard anything, he hasn't seen anything. There was no public swearing in, as it were. So I think because of the nature of the appointment,
precisely that is the point I was trying to make.
Right. It should have been. It should have been. I mean, Kimia is supposed to be asking now when that happened and how it happened. It's a national thing. Yeah, I mean, yes, it's a party, but nationally it is important because this is part of the governance structure that we have.
Yeah, because the leader of the opposition is the leader of the opposition, whatever person, male or female, is afforded an office, and whenever there are dignitaries, you have visit conferred and all of those things. So it's an official thing now. That is why the Governor General is the one that is one that officiates over those things. So it has happened, but I say covertly, considering the circumstances upon which she attained the leadership of the NMP. So obviously, I don't think it was something that they want to publicize.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe maybe people still get the impression that the old man is still in charge. I mean, all of that things are possible.
So
you know.
So okay. Well, if possible, I don't know. But it just dawned on me, because I like to ask questions. I like to be knowledgeable of process and to be using the right terms in the right places. So,
but that thing must be because you see, when that is why she has gotten visit from dignitaries that is coming into the island. Obviously, she didn't have that distinction. It would have been on the old man. So I mean, that is basically what it is. But my point that I'm calling, I want to voice my little piece on that thing that happened in Parliament.
Yeah, go right ahead. Yes.
I've concluded that people seem to lost their sense of reasoning and fairness and balance and all sort of objectivity that goes with life generally. How we analyze things, how we see things. They seem to lose that thing when they join that group.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I'm very, very, very serious about that.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what is disturbing? That person who I believe has the capacity to reason, seems the capacity to reason. He's saying nothing about it. And some of them, the argument that they put forward is so flimsy, so baseless. I mean, let me tell you two things here. Two things. The lady turned off for Mike. It was deliberately.
Yep.
It was deliberately turned off because apparently she did not want to go in the record.
Right.
But it was heard by other parliamentarians.
Yeah, right there. They heard it.
But the other side of it, she admitted. It's not that she said, oh, no, I didn't make that statement. No, that is true. That is not. She admitted making a statement, but it is not on record. She didn't do it on record. So she didn't speak in the mic, so you're not supposed to. I mean, yes, parliamentarians do make backtalk. Like when one of them is speaking, you have the other maybe making some comments, whatever.
Mm.
You understand? It happens. Let us not fool ourselves. It happens in the parliament. I mean, since this is 2 steps, we hear what goes on. In Grenada, it is somewhat simmered down a little bit, but it does happen. But here is a member of parliament imputing and this is a serious thing against another member. I mean, the Speaker of the House, I know him well, but I cannot agree with his position where that is concerned. Yes, he did not hear, as he said, and he has to be fair. He did not hear.
Right.
However, if evidence comes to you that did happen, then you need to act. And woman, the evidence that would have been instructive for him is where the MP admitted
that it was said.
It was said.
Yes.
She didn't dispute it, was said.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you do? I mean, I would not. I mean, some people say that they should throw the House. I would not go that far. But I, as the Speaker of the House, I would have asked for her to withdraw the statement and apologize. I mean, you may be the umpire of a game. You can't see and hear everything that happens. There are other people who will guide you, yes?
Yeah.
But you're the umpire. And you have to make the final decision. But you see, what is transported there from that incident in Parliament is what is going to young people. Yeah. I mean, we tend to bash them young people in terms of how they discipline, how they put forward themselves and all of those things. And when we have members of Parliament who should be setting examples, doing this sort of thing, and they will see it because it's on the social media. It is there.
Mm-hmm.
Plain for people to see.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we expect from them now in terms of the behavioral pattern? I mean, it's just, no, trust me. I was seriously disappointed and still am with what took place there yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think something should be done to correct that. It is not too late. And maybe in the heat of the thing, and you know what is so disgusting again? All of them leave the package on the desk and go.
Yeah.
All of them leave the package and go.
I wasn't even aware of that one. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a clip where the Honorable Delma Thomas went and take up all of them.
Oh,
and
yeah,
and went
yes.
You know, I mean, this was something I think they should embrace. I mean, yes, you may tell yourself the government should be giving kudos for that, whatever, and they're making mileage, whatever. Oh, gosh. For what it's worth, this is an initiative that could transform the place in terms of our food security.
Yeah, but caller, watch. Let me say something to you. Watch, it's very difficult, look at the other side. It's very difficult to applaud the current administration for doing such a thing, when they were there for all this time and they never took the initiative to do it, So now,
Kim, I've always said,
yeah.
I mean, when you're honest, people see you for what you are.
True, that's true.
If you come out and say, Mr. Minister, I want to applaud you on the initiative taken by your ministry in producing such lovely products. Please take back to your farmer our appreciation for taking that initiative and blah 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 blah.
Right.
People would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Not because you're in the opposition.
But the thing is not good. The thing is not going to score political points by saying so. And they don't realize it's going to do.
Let me tell you something, Kim. If I'm in the opposition, and I've always said that, the opposition need to change the trajectory. That the path that they're on is a path of destruction. They will fail because there is nothing where they would come and say, "Boy, watch, stop your." Like when you're running in a race,
mm-hmm.
the person is the competitor with you win the race. And you just refuse to embrace you and say congratulations.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing,
Yes.
Every time.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. What it is by saying, well, look, this is good. I like to congratulate you. And people will see you as being honest.
Yeah.
And you will gain their respect for that.
Definitely.
But when everything you have to criticize and make a whole for land, put politics into it and make it look like it is some ugly thing and people want to kill you and you want to be careful. This thing don't make sense.
Make no sense, boy. I tell you.
It don't make sense at all, and it's unfortunate. But it is not in a way surprising.
Yeah.
No. It is not surprising. If we have looked at what has been happening over the past couple of years, I mean, everything that this government has attempted and is doing has been criticized.
So it's normal.
I have not heard, and I'm not saying it never happened.
Yeah.
I have not heard any one of the government, the opposition MPs, congratulating the government on anything that he has done.
No.
They have done. All of it is criticism.
And look, as you just mentioned, congratulating. There's a few projects I know that came to a finishing, and the government in the opening gave some comments, and kudos to the opposition for starting the project. They gave them what was due to them as well. And
that is how it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Look at the turning of the sword with the Project Polaris thing, project. None of them presented themselves. The leader of the opposition, I believe, would have gotten a personal invitation to be there as the leader of the opposition. And I'm saying, Kim, even if she has concerns about the project, they was given an opportunity to ask any question, raise all concerns that they want to have raised. And all of them eat and just wipe their bum and leave and go.
Yep.
They never took the opportunity because here were the people who were involved in the project was willing and waiting there to give you all of the information, all of the concern that you raised to clarify and to whatever you wanted. You was given opportunity to do that and you refuse.
Yeah.
And then you go to the public and saying to them, you are concerned with this, you're concerned about that, you're concerned about that. And the area where your concern could have been cleared up, you refuse to participate.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the people that is coming before us and asking us to vote for them, to put them back into office. Something has to be wrong. I mean, something has to be wrong, Kim, and I think, I don't know, the people who are listening and supporting these people, I mean, I don't know. Trust me, it's just, every time I think about it, I'm wondering. Because what is happening there cannot be right.
Yeah.
It cannot be normal. Yeah, you understand? And
Okay.
I understand that you were in office and you had all of the things happening and you tasted it and you are thirsty for it again and all of that thing. I could understand that.
Right.
Because I understand when you're in power, position of power, there is something that goes with it that, you know.
Right.
But come on. That is the extent you will go to attain it again?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
We have to do better than that, kid.
All right.
Take care, man. Go
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Let me take another call. The caller, next caller, thank you for waiting. Caller, you next. Caller? Yes, go ahead, caller.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, one thing I have to compliment is just the gentleman who just come out there for, when he said they have to change the trajectory, the opposition, because they're flying a lot of scandalous things that would make our country look bad. I say that to you every time I call. But my calling is on this. I'm going to try to remain calm because I'm still very angry from what happened in Parliament the other day. Because they are making this thing about potatoes, and it's not. And the reason why I'm saying that, I'm going to hit on Emmeline Pierre first. For a political leader, she has absolutely no conscience, no morals, no nothing. Because up to last night, I'm going to take the most recent first. Up to last night, I looked a little bit of the program because, as I said before, I never stay on the program for more than 2-3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Up to last night, she was exalting Kate, because you have to call it exaltation.
Mm-hmm.
And she don't see what Sister Kate did. And I myself have to protect myself, because look at what happened to Nealon. Number one, she accused the Prime Minister of not being empathetic when the two young ladies got murdered. She accused them of not being empathetic.
Mm-hmm.
And they are and she's using Nealon's, I don't even know what word to use, demise as a political tool, not thinking about his family. So I want to know, where is her empathy for that? To use something like that with that. The issue is what happened there. First of all, what the MP did, I think it was such a gracious thing. Otherwise, he was sending out a hand. He was putting out, you know, let me stretch out to the other side, because you can clearly see that Minister Andrew was very, how to put it, emotional about what he was saying, to see what Grenada is now about to produce, given the farmers and everything, and given the representatives in Parliament a pack of the potatoes. It was like, oh God, sometimes I get so emotional when I speak about these things. But it was like, I'm reaching out to the other side. That's something you hardly see in Parliament.
Right.
And besides that, Kate would get up and say what she said, but what they must do in Grenada, what they must find out, because they don't have the voice, but they still have the video, because we still could see it on YouTube and all these different things. And if they can get one of these people who can read what they're saying, even if it's silent, once the lip is moving, to dictate it. The other thing, what Kate said there was deplorable, sickening, nasty, vulgar. And as it is said, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So this is who she is. This is who she is. No respect for nobody. And on top of that, the so-called leader of the opposition will elevate that and think that she was doing something good, and went back even last night, laughed, and made comment of it again. Then she put, how could you take potatoes and put it in contrast to the unfortunate demise of a young man? Is like comparing apple and oranges. Comparing apple and oranges.
Mm-hmm.
No respect.
No, I heard
No
it.
respect.
I heard it last night. Yes.
No respect for the family. How do you think the mother of this young man feels right now to go on a political stage and still speak about, oh, tell us about the investigation about Neelan. We need to know something. That means that so you're scared of something. You need to know. Why do you need to know? You would know when it's time for the public to know if something comes out of it. Because what the implication is there, the insinuation is there, because you can only read what people say from context. They basically are saying, because she reiterated it last night again, we're in government and we don't know what was given to Leland, so we have to be careful. So you are actually insinuating that Neelan's death, the government had something to do with the mysterious death of Neelan. But let's put it, make it some sense out of it. How stupid these people are. Neelan left the NNP. Neelan was on 2 or 3 of the NDC youth programs on stage. 2 of them, because I look at everything really here. Now, if anyone has to do anything to anyone, left hand or right hand? Right hand is the power now. Left hand is my opposition. Who has to live in fear? So to imply or give the notion that they had something to do with it, because she clearly said last night, we don't know what to do with the potatoes because look at what happened to Neelan. NDC has a lot to gain from Neelan if Neelan was alive, because he may have a lot of things on NNP. NNP is the one that would have to fear him. And to try to imply that NDC or Minister Andrew would put some foreign object into the potatoes, how low and gutter low could these people get?
Oh boy.
How low? I'm telling you, I'm speaking from a lot of emotions.
Yes, I know.
Since that happened, I've been really, really upset and angry. Until at the point, something with my wife, and I had to snap at her, and only because of what I saw. Only because of what I saw.
Yeah.
You know, Emlyn Kenny, they can do better than that. But look at the selfishness of Emlyn Kenny. I want Grenadians to listen. I know I might be all over the place because this thing, it have your head confused. You have so much things to say.
Yeah.
Take them momentarily. Look at Emlyn's statement. Look at Emlyn's statement in Parliament. Right? If I could have quoted word for word, I would have, but I'm going to put it in context. Emlyn stood up there and she said, I am not in disagreement with Sister Kate because she don't know blah, blah, blah. But Kate go all about the place on Facebook, eating things from everybody in the constituency. She eats from everybody. Also, Emlyn, they don't scared that somebody would do something to them. But Emlyn's statement was this. Well, I wouldn't say I would throw the potatoes.
Give it to somebody else.
I wouldn't say I would throw the potatoes because I have nothing against potatoes production.
Yeah.
Speaking on both sides of your mouth. Hear the next statement in my own words. I would not eat it, but I would give it to somebody. So if you wouldn't eat it,
because of concern,
because you fear that something may happen, you would give it to somebody. You see how these people don't think?
Yeah.
You see how they don't think? So I'm saying you're putting your foot in your mouth again. So you'll give it to somebody else. So let somebody else die from it then, because something is wrong with it. And you would need it. All the minister was trying to do is to share the joy of what comes out from Grenada.
Yep.
Last night she claimed, oh, everything we did, and NDC claims it as theirs. We think that's a lie. The potato thing come out since in the revolution.
Yep.
Maurice Bishop, she said that was theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Everything we do, they take it for theirs. That's a lie. And they've been living in Canada for all these years. I wasn't even in Grenada when the revolution was there. I'd left Grenada a long time. But I follow everything. That's a lie again. Standing up there and saying it was theirs, otherwise it was their project. One foolish person write on Facebook, he's saying made in Grenada. He should say grown in Grenada. The man was speaking on the saying that the people on the street when they do the natural thing, made in Grenada, locally made.
Yes.
People take that little simple thing because it's made in Grenada and make an issue out of it. After all the foolishness, they go on TV and speak. Hosford and all of them who are supposed to be loyal, speaking as though they're like an ABC person. And they look at that. Toes is a very brilliant man. And they know he's a very local person. And they take that to make it. I wrote down something here. Okay.
Yeah.
And Kate, back to Kate. No, people are she was trying to deny what she said, but she couldn't deny it. Well, it was not really in whatever she said. Otherwise, then was wrong context, lie. Because she knows what she said. Number one, why would she take off the mic? Why would she do that? Because you don't want it on record. Why would you want what you say on record? Okay? Because she knew what she was about to say. She knew she wanted to humiliate the minister. It was very intentional what she did. Very intentional what she did. And as Grenadians, we could do better than that. I'm so mad now. I'm planning to go home for the election. I'm planning to go home before to register. But to tell you the truth, I'm a little bit probably scared now because a lot of people probably may know who I am.
Yeah, but...
And that's so wicked, they don't know what he would do.
Mm.
Because if they could do that to a minister who was so genuine, what would they do to the local people? What would they do? What would they do? When Minister actually stood up there speaking, I don't know how many people was watching. All the hair on my skin raised. Tears came from my eyes because I saw and felt that man pain.
Yep.
And even after that, you're going to tell me that Emlyn Pierre, as a leader, could not have said to Kate, you know something? We see it. Stand up and apologize. Not even that. And then you come back last night and making a mockery of it. Oh, I don't want to talk about potato. I don't want to talk about potato. The issue wasn't about potatoes. The issue was about the comment.
Yep, that was made.
That was made.
Yep.
So these people need to get it. It has nothing to do with potatoes. It's because of what she was trying to insinuate.
Yep. Well, the Prime Minister came back.
That is what it was about.
And the Prime Minister said so too, He came and said, what was the statement? Because they were trying to deny, and he said the statement was made. So, that's what was made. That's what the issue is.
Get clear that that's what the Prime Minister said. But I know, but I'm saying, look, when that man stand up, they have to realize, besides being the Prime Minister, they have to realize that that man is a lawyer.
Yeah.
And he knows what could be criminalized. Because what she said there could be taken as an accusation.
Yep. And they admitted that it was said.
And she admitted it.
Yes.
Nolan died mysteriously. Why would you bring that? Because somebody brings some potatoes in the parliament? Come on.
Okay, caller. Caller. Take it easy.
Last thing I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. There are a lot of, because I'm not the type of person to say, well, NDC is done, and the this and the that and the next and the other. You have done ones. And the done ones are right in the who leading out. They are the done ones. But NDC has a lot of intelligent, thinking people that supports them. But people put meanings to statements and words. And I guarantee you there will be a lot of NDC, and even those that they think is poor and vulnerable who are not educated, they listen. You don't have to be smart to understand words. They listen. And I could almost guarantee that a lot of the very people who say no, they went too low and they went too far. And make it worse, Emlyn seemed to be condoning it, because she never said that, oh, I'm sorry that Sister Kate brought it over in this kind of way. She never said that. Mm-hmm. She never said that. She defended it and continued to defend it. But you know something? As they say, the proof is in the pudding. Election is coming. And they would see what would happen. Because what they just did there is the lowest of lows. And the worst thing, to use a person's death, and it's not the first time Emily is doing it. The young ladies died, she used it. She used it.
Mm-hmm.
She used it. The young man, mysterious, he is used it again. I see she took a retarded person on a chair one day and leaning over, and you're using people's vulnerability to gain political points.
Well, that's what I think.
And Emily called herself a Christian. I know Kate. I know her father. We are good friends. Very good friends. Well, I don't know her. I know her father. Very, very good friends.
Okay,
Okay,
caller. Thank you.
That what she said was undermining. Anyhow,
yeah.
Let me go, because I could speak a whole history here right now.
Okay, caller. Thank you so much for your contribution. Okay. 443-0101 landline caller. Landline caller, your next caller?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, you next, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. I like Job, I have patience, a lot of patience.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what happened in Parliament, well, I didn't really like what really happened, because that was not nice of Madam Kate Lewis, what she did, and the response from the opposition leader. It was not nice at all. And the political, as everyone said, that they could have given it away, because I usually make roti on Saturdays. I would be very glad for that potato to make, for my roti.
Yes.
I would have be glad. I would have been very glad for it.
And it's homegrown.
Of course, and that's the beauty of it. So she should have apologized. She needs to apologize. She should have apologized. For that.
But it was planned. That was planned.
Yeah, it was a deliberate attempt.
Yeah.
She deliberately do that. You understand? And the next thing too, envy, jealous, they're very wicked. God will punish them for this wickedness they're doing. Because she in Parliament, she just on vacation in Parliament because she died, she laughed. Right? Because election coming soon, very soon. And let she enjoy it while it lasts. She and Miss Concern and Miss Crybaby. Right? Very soon. Two of them, they let them enjoy it while it lasts. They're very wicked. God will punish them for what they do. For Mr. Lennox, and you're such a nice man, right?
Yeah.
That you have a vex. Well, a matter of fact, let me go because first of it, have a nice day.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Sorry, you might say something. Sorry, she want to say something.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Yeah, man.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, man, what's up?
How are you?
Good day, man. Good day.
Well, I was just thinking, if one foolish thing Kate said got so much attention, she'll say more, you know. So why don't we put Kate to rest? Kate and Emlyn.
The last time with Kate, you know, when they were on a case, you remember in Parliament she was shopping on Shein, you know, remember?
Oh yeah.
While Parliament was going on.
Yeah.
But you must understand, desperation creates pressure, and pressure does bust pipe, you know.
Another pipe too.
So you have to see with they have nothing else to talk about or campaigns or anything. The slightest thing they make a hay out of it.
Yeah,
it's not necessary. So leave Kate, she died an ignominious death with the statement that she made. And politically, I'm talking about naturalist.
Right.
Because you know, next thing
they will say,
they say you're planning to
kill Kate.
Vibes FM, caller, thank you for waiting. Caller, you're next. Caller, come in. Caller.
Greetings. All that pale. Kid eating all doesn't watch on Facebook. Hey, cannot get on like them pot on dogs and them all about the place. Anyway, your food, kid, they keep talking about poison potato. What? Kid come last with that. Kid come last with that. Kid already yet. Because the thing about it is that the whole thing about it and how should I call them? Because much of them are there, 5 of them. 4 of them are sitting in the parliament. Kid.
4 of them.
Clarice. Okay, 4. The magnificent 4. Right now, they don't even know where their foot intake. They have foot to stand on, because the thing about it is that they don't have nothing to go on. Nothing. Even in parliament, they can't debate. They don't have nothing to talk about. They can't even reason. These people can't even speak logically for us who don't go to school for long to understand. They're going in a little pocket meeting. They're talking tata. As a matter of fact, they only go in a rara because you don't understand nothing what they're saying. I see some of the people making statements on Facebook. Oh, we don't want the potato. These NMP and them hungry more than hungry. You know they want the potato because they can't buy it. You understand? But they're making statements. Oh, we don't want the potato and this and that and the other. Bonje, so we come, as old people say, so we come. Bonje, well, if it's so sorry for if NMP have to come back in power, dog name we suffer. Because the kind of thinking these people have, the kind of thinking is not like reality. These people and them living as if, well, you know, we are not up to date with what's going on. They makes no sense. The whole group of them don't make no sense. When kid talking, it does. What he's saying and nothing is the same. Emlyn is the same. All of them come like a bundle. I don't know. Which is the highest pointing well, in Grenada, they always point to them.
Mount St. Catherine.
Mount St. Catherine. I don't know the highest in them in Carriacou. We need to bundle them up. I don't know. We need to bundle them up. I find, you know what? These people, I find I got hard to sign them up for Iran. Iran may not need them, you know, but I find so. But because I just find they don't making sense. They don't making no sense at all. Because all how they turn it right now, they're giving us NDC more room to move, you know. Because everything they say makes no sense at all. And the new people they say they're bringing in, watch, I'm from Victoria, but I mean, I don't day home as all. You could see the number, how you coming up on the phone. I don't day home. But come on, Victorians, please vote. I'm tired. We don't have nothing going on. Or if the little fishing and little thing not going on, nothing no happening. The only thing I change in Victoria is paint on building. We need change. We need a little change in Victoria. Come on, Victorians, make the best choice. I'm tired. With all those stupidness. I'm tired. Let us and watch. As the woman say, kid on vacation right now, kid lose she whole seat. Even she back and all. Anyways, have a good one. Bye-bye.
Very good. And actually, I mean, the thing is that is normal for the NNPIs or parliamentarians. The amount of scandal and bacchanal has gone in parliament on their behalf. What kids said is actually an upgrade, because, you know, the Prime Minister himself, you know, is Mr. Bacchanalist.
Yeah, right, yes.
He never said anything sensible, always start a fight. So,
Coy, what was he in Parliament? Tuesday?
I find so.
I didn't see him.
I didn't check that part out, but I can.
I didn't see him.
I recall. But it would have been interesting to hear his interpretation and his side of the story. It might even add more. But however, I'm just saying that. But it would be nice. Would have been nice to hear his comment.
Same thing, just different day. Vibes FM caller. Lana.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Okay.
Hey, good afternoon.
Yeah. Well, what have you speak about today? Sorry, excuse me now. I want to have the NDC and him, my supporters and my people and him. When NMP was in power for how much years? Did NMP ever come and ask them that, okay, like, they feel sorry for them or sorry for them? No. But what I'm saying, no. I have a very good friend and he supports the NDC party. And me and him was reasoning about 2 weeks ago. So he said that when he passed in a community and he see a house real bad and this person need a house and they must give a house. But I was already know already who he was talking about. So I still asked him. You know what I mean? I still asked him. So now he told me is the person. And what I'm saying, this and this, they put a lot of NMP in the way. I mean, they're trying to help them a lot. Which they don't have no right to go there and help the NMP and them and cry and say that how she need a house and she wants a house. When NMP was in power, how much NDC get below them? How much shit I get when and my good friends, how much windows he get from the Kate Lewis and the rest of them? No way. But now you want to come and plead for the NMP woman, which I know her, she cost a lot of NDC when Raleigh and thing come up. They need some set of people used to block the road, left, right, center. They used to cost real people. So my NDC friend, take back that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Take back that. And if you want to put in a house, or you want a house for her, or you want to break yours and give it to her. Break yours and give it to her. And all the NDC friends and my Grenadian people, are you listening? Take heed towards what this MP Minister Kate Lewis and him saying right now. Take heed because this is not the first time with them doing this kind of things on them. Because I can't remember it was COVID or something. When there's only rice and peas and flour, take weevils until they have to dump it. You know what I mean? After the Ivan, they get a lot of materials. And I have this much. A lot of materials to help the poor people, which is the same own people. They take it and they go and stock up in a place in St. Andrews up here. It turn woodlands, and when they see, they burn all and they take what's good for them and ring and finger break where whoever had some animals in the place too. You have to move it out. So it's not a first time thing with NMP and them. They burn all the material, all rotten, until they know my NDC friend, what I want, God tell me she need a house and the government must give her a house, but I no way. Put it in the pipe and smoke it with us, what on good. Mr. Hakim, have a good day.
Okay, thank you. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914.
I'm not going to speak about potatoes tonight.
Well, let me take another call. Take another from me today. We're going to get back to that clip. Caller, come in. Caller, you next.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Concerning what happened in the parliament recently, I believe some action should be taken against the police. Now, she's saying that what she said off mic, but she said it in the parliament, and there are witnesses. And I agree with the speaker in one way that he didn't hear, but when you have one or two or more witnesses, you have to listen. And I hope they don't strip that under the table, because what she, and I could push it to the answer the party is doing, they are trying to implicate the NDC or somebody in the NDC for Nilan passing. Well, see, I raised this issue after the funeral of Nilan, and nobody paid attention to it. I said it on your program. There was a gentleman, he's age of maybe about in his 70s. He was one of them that was speaking from the program sheet. I can't remember how they was called. But anyway, he said, when 6:45, the Saturday evening, I think it was, he told them guys that who he was drinking with, that you all know I like me cricket. And CPL was playing. So he's going home to look at the CPL. 6:45 in the evening. Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, he heard of Nilan passing. And that hurt him. So I said on your program, the police already have a lead to start the investigation. Get to the gentleman, find out from him who else were in the bar or the shop at the time. Okay? And then you go to them. So you have a start. I'm not saying that he know who do it. All I'm saying, seeing that he said he left them there 6:45 the evening to go and look at CPL cricket. And by Sunday evening, he heard of Nilan passing. He cried. That's a man I left there. We were together. So hold on. So somebody had to direct the police to start an investigation. I heard of no investigation started. So I'm speaking on these premises. Too many times, people die with question mark over the death in Grenada, and nothing happened. We don't have proper investigation in the RGPF. Then if we don't have, maybe we could contract somebody to come and do it. This thing needs to be over and done with. And look where the NNP is placing it. Now listen to these people. And they're following the party leader. Anytime they have a strong challenge or somebody is in the way, they try their best to tear that person apart. And I'm quoting Kennedy Boudlard on Ride Along. He said, anytime somebody challenged Dr. Mitchell, he does everything to bring them down. He said, Dr. Mitchell told him to tell the Grenadian people that Deacon is a buller. Okay? And that is where it stemmed from. What he told Kennedy. Kennedy said, get the police and lock up here and Dr. Mitchell. He even make reference to Dr. Mitchell giving them a check to go and buy a car to Bongzong Cloud in town. If you go on YouTube, you're going to find it.
Yeah, I saw it there.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now, when you if you listen to Ken Jones this morning, detail the issue with Nilan, how he left the NNP, okay, because of his father or whatever, and he needed help, and Dr. Mitchell don't bother with him. I even heard that Kit was not in the man for the funeral. Okay, now the NDC, as far as I heard, Deacon get him back on the foot to work with a higher post, and then he gave him the money. He get his scholarship for him in SGU. I think that's what Kimberly was made in mention of the SGU issue,
right?
And it's Deacon who helped him. So how she could be pointing that with the potato and Nilan to pin on it, because when you listen carefully, that's what she's referring to, Okay?
Yeah, that's what she is.
So you knowing about Nilan leaving the NNP go to the NDC and NDC help him. You wouldn't look at NDC in that stupidness. You look at who is his enemy. So if Kate thinks she's trying to cover up something, she exposing it because more and more people going to demand an investigation in the land debt. It's long overdue. Very long overdue. Good day.
Okay, thank you so much. Wow. This thing is all over again, eh?
Let Dylan rest in peace.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
But you see, people like Kate and Emily and them, they're very bitter. They're bitter, and they cannot deal with progress. That's one of the problems that they're having with what's going on with the NDC right now. So anything that comes up, anything, it doesn't make a difference what it is. They'll try to put a spin on it. They'll try to condemn it in whatever way they can. That's it. That's the bottom line, Because, I mean, like we're saying, they should have applauded the efforts of the NDC and trying to see if you could lift standards. Eat what you grow and grow what you eat. We say that every day to meaning, but these people don't believe in that. Vibes FM, caller, landline, caller, you next.
Hello.
Yes, hello, yes. Yes, caller. Yeah, you're on. Turn your radio down, please. Turn your radio down.
Volume.
Turn your volume down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. The more I listen to this NNP, the more it's told me that we should never, come this election coming up, any Grenadian, any voter should cast a vote on behalf of the NNP. And I don't even want to say some of the things Kem Jones is saying. And he's so right about this NNP. They are nasty to the core. And people give myself and my wife a lot of things. Sometimes we give it out to people. And if this Kate and whoever talk their stupidity, if they didn't want the potatoes, all they had to do is to give it to somebody, but don't make that kind of nasty insinuation, because it takes the goodness of the MP to give them these potatoes. And why NNP have to be so nasty? And this Emlyn Pair, I said to Emlyn Pair already, they must stop lying, because lying is abomination against God. God spoke about a lying tongue. But NNP is like an empty barrel. They have nothing to say. They don't have the education. They don't have what it takes to be leaders of this country. And people have to watch these people. And what Kit Mitchell said again about he will go all out to see that NNP get back in office. What's to that effect?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I heard a lot many years ago about Kit Mitchell. And he is not a man to be trusted. Right? People make insinuation about he used to go to Haiti. And you know what Haiti is like where witchcraft is concerned. So people have to watch this man when he makes certain insinuation, right? Keith is a nasty, dirty mouth man, right? You don't want people like that representing the decent people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik, right? Moreover, if he is or used to be a member of the Republican Party in America, as one of the lawyers in America said, there is no good Republicans, right? So there is no good NNP. When I say that, I have two young friends who are NNPs, very young fellas. They are my boys. I love them very much. But at the same time, they don't make those kind of talk that you hear from the rank and file NNP. They are just nasty to the core. And I want in Grenadians, look, you cannot vote for Emlyn Pair and forget David Andrew, because I understand David Andrew used to carry her when she was Minister of Education, right? You cannot vote for Kate again and forget Tessa, because they show themselves that they are no good. They're showing themselves every day. They are bitter trash, and people have to be careful with them, right? You cannot, leave Karen James in St. John and vote for Dabrio or any one of them. These people have proven that they must be left alone because they are a disgrace. They are an embarrassment to Grenadians, right? So forget them. And my last comment was that if Keith Mitchell is in league with the Republican Party, the CIA is the most dangerous organization in the Western Hemisphere. And you will know what they're up to. They will spend any money to bring down government. They have done it in the past. So I'm appealing to my Prime Minister, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, to upgrade his security details and make sure he has the proper security that NNP or Donald Trump don't interfere with the next election coming, because they are a nasty bunch of people. And I keep saying it, that Donald Trump is placed there to destroy America, and America going to be destroyed, whether we like it or not. Read the Bible, Revelation chapter 18. America must be destroyed because they have done too many nasty things in the world. So people have to be careful. I got nieces and nephews in America, and as the Bible says, get away from her, my people, and don't partake in her plagues. I only wish my nieces and nephews could move away from America, because they don't want to be in America when the destruction is going to take place and is going to come. So I'm appealing to Grenadians, be mindful of what the NNP is doing, is saying, and forget casting a vote on their behalf come the next election. Because we can't say we didn't know. It is plain for us to see. NNP is the nastiest organization I could ever think of. Have a good day, gentlemen, and thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
And 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. Dr. Pett is in the house. Let me say good afternoon to you before we continue. Dr. Pett, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon to the panel, to Solio, to Mr. Coy.
Afternoon, sir. How are you?
And to Sir Kim.
Yeah. All right, okay. Now, the issue that's been heating up the airwaves, within the last couple of days, it contains to do with the potatoes. And I know you're familiar with it. You've been listening to quite a number of comments that's been made.
Yeah, I've been listening to
and
it.
it's very, very unfortunate that we have a situation like that, coming from the opposition. The comments that was made.
Let me just ask something, because it's sort of we were never in the habit of growing that which we call Irish potato or English potato, whatever have you. Is it easy to grow here in Grenada?
It's not easy, but I think what is going on now, because I understand during the revolution that they practice, doing it, and it was not 100% successful, but they were doing it. But there's other islands like St. Vincent, Dominica, and that are practicing a new method of production, and they're doing very, very well.
I would suspect that St. Vincent's soil might be a little more
acidic.
Yes.
But what happened is that the government sent a team over to St. Vincent, I think, Dominica, right, to do some studies and work there for a few months to see how it's been done.
Yeah.
The team came back and they got 2 different plots of land in 2 different parts of Grenada. And they planted some, and it worked out well.
Yeah, because if you could grow that here, because it'll reduce or
dependency
or cheap imports.
Right. Okay. Right.
Chips.
Yeah,
Yes.
chips, because
chips.
I mean, we could have done something with breadfruit, but we don't do it.
Well, no, that would be nice because, and not even that, whoever is using it, you call it local potato chips.
Yes.
But I think they also have breadfruit chips now, Sosolio. They have breadfruit chips too. I mean, they have it. I know
but the
people-
potatoes established itself as the one for chips.
Yes.
When you're talking about chips, you're talking potatoes.
Yeah. So they also experimenting that. But the word I keep hearing from the minister, Honorable Lennox Andrew, is that when he told them, he said, although it happened, there was a trial in the past, but the word that really stuck with me when he was expressing that, he said, we were successful. The word was, we experimented it, we tried it, and he's now coming to report we were successful. And if you listen back to that, you hear Parliament erupted.
Let me see.
That's announcing we were successful in getting that done, because it's something good. You know what I mean?
Listen, I think I found the clip.
Mr. Speaker, I am.
Oh, this is not.
I am profoundly hurt.
No, that's the one in the ending.
The conclusion. No,
Yes,
the conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah, but but the idea is that, and you could hear him celebrating the fact that it was an experiment. It wasn't someone that we knew exactly everything. That's why we had to send people here, there, and everywhere to train and to try and assist. But when he was so happy to say, we were successful. I mean, those words alone, who wouldn't want to be?
And not even that. When he said we are successful, I take it in the terms of meaning we Grenadians. We.
Of course.
It's not NDC, no NNP, not GLP or DPM or whatever. We were successful. So in other words, now this is something for us to celebrate.
Yeah, because again, a lot of it is consumed here, and if you could grow it.
Yes.
Talking about it, what you grow.
I think even the minister did say in explaining things, he says, in Dominica, for example, they do not import this potato for the first 3 months in the year. So they have something that they could go by. Yes, they have not been importing. No, I must try and find out exactly the cost of importing those products. Yeah, here in Grenada, and see what we have saved.
And then the first product, like they did there, bring it to the parliamentarians and bring it to the cabinet to celebrate victory.
I was thinking that there's some climate condition required to grow this potato. Because something as apples,
Right.
Apples too, They experimented on apples too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It didn't stop there. Apples, ginger, and something else. Right? But yeah, it's there. Apple. You say apple? Yes, apple, Mr. Speaker. Apple.
Wow. Okay.
but I think they should be very happy, and this statement that the opposition leader, the opposition lady, the former minister of housing, whatever she was, I mean, I think that is very inappropriate during Parliament to talk about the potato. They want to poison potato because they didn't know about it.
But basically, that's what she was.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, that is not the time for that. That's not the place. That looks like some street woman that will talk that in the street. But I mean, as a former minister, and they're trying to really get things going, whereby you're getting good potato. You don't have to import this potato because most of the time the potato comes here, half of the potato rotten. Yes. A lot of the potato is spoiled.
Yeah, that's true. We suffer
a lot spoiled. I go to the supermarket and I buy potato and half of the bag spoiled.
Yeah, that happens.
So then if you're getting the potato right here, right, and you're getting that good quality, you have to accept it. But I think they're a bit jealous too, because the government is making progress and they're doing a lot of things that they did not do in the past. So it's a bit, jealousy or something.
But I think the best thing of them to do is not say anything at all. If you don't want to say good. Don't say bad. Shut up. Say thank you. No, honestly, just say thank you very much for this, and they didn't have to make any talk about it, whatever, and let it go just like that. But what they try to do now, they're trying to see if they could put some kind of a stain maybe on who's giving it or the government, and not applauding them and saying, and then last night now, Emlyn come now to say that they were doing it before, some kind of let me see if I find a clip. Hey, listen to this nonsense.
It was done during the
no, but she was saying the NNP.
Yes, I know.
She was saying the NNP did it, in the presentation as well too. Let me see if I find it. All right, no, it seems that we're having a little bit of an issue with it. Okay, let me take a call. Vibes FM, caller, come in. Caller, hello. Oh, let me take a landline caller. Landline caller, you? Oh, you next. Okay, right, yeah.
Everybody just gone.
Yeah, okay. Let me take this off here. But no, I thought I had the clip in queue the last time when Emily was speaking. Let me see. No, it's not there. All right. When I get it, we're going to come to it.
Well, the government is very successful in that. Let's imagine that the NNP comes into power 10 years time, 5 years time. I mean, they should applaud that because they'll continue that because government is a continuum. So it will be very good for the country regardless of the party in power. So I don't see why it's because they're making a big issue about that. When you have none to say according to Kim, just wash him out because you're empty. So you bring up something now to scare the people about the poison in potato. Who is the poison in potato?
Kim, so much. Kim, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What year you first started broadcasting in Carriacou? I think it was 106. Was Kayak Radio?
Yeah, Kayak Radio. 1996.
So
95, 96, yeah. July of 90.
95, I think.
95. July of 95.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Because all right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of something because all the trials and tribulations that you went through.
Yes.
I don't think we should be giving Kit so much time on vibes, I mean, we have better things to do with vibes.
Because the more you play, you give them, they get more popular.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
too
saying.
much credit,
Treat her with the benign neglect she deserves for that foolish statement and leave it be. I don't know, because I think every time I look at my phone or something, a campaign is hot in the air.
Yeah.
And even some among NNPIs. So
well,
I would much rather want to find out how we're doing in Carriacou.
Well, Carriacou is doing very well. As a matter of fact, we have no problems inside of Carriacou.
Okay.
I think our minister is doing excellent.
Mm-hmm.
I see no reason why he shouldn't win this time by landslide.
Mm-hmm.
I still have a feeling though that he's not going to get much opposition in the elections coming. They wouldn't because so much has been done.
Mm-hmm.
So much progress and that is being made right now that the oppositions are weak. And and when I say oppositions, I'm taking it, like the CHGCP, the NNP and the DPM is DPM.
Yes,
I'm not too familiar.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So I call them oppositions.
Mm-hmm.
They're very weak. They're not going to make any impact at all. I think it's going to be a landslide victory for NDC and Tevin this time around. Yeah.
But I'm also proud of the minister this morning. Actually, I wish I'm dressed real professional and looking nice today.
Oh. Yeah. I would be complimenting you soon if you say.
So we had Karedi, and usually they'll. Actually, I was not coming up because there was no room. I had to get a room. Now it's really busy season,
Yeah.
So the Miss Logan, thanks to her, she said, "You have to come up, Dr. Pet, because we have Karedi, and you have to talk. Every year you come and give us a good presentation." Mm-hmm. So they got a place for me to stay. Thank God.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So I came up and I did the Karedi this morning.
Very good.
Who wants to study medicine, who want to be a vet. Mm-hmm. I really spoke to students and they really understand me. They understood me very well. But the minister was there also, and the minister had a session, which was very good. The minister spoke to 2 classes combined together, and afterwards gave them some gift, which I really applaud. You know, he spoke to them about how the struggle he went through when he was young and how he became a politician. You know, he tried to groom them, you understand? And that was very, very good of him. You understand? I applaud him. Very, very nice of him. And very few ministers probably do that. Come to the secondary school and, you know, just give a little lecture and about whole politics and the country and so on.
But
it was very, very good.
That mentoring, is a requirement and it's an obligation of those of us who are in, say, places of authority and could be of a good example. So to pass it on and
but even yesterday, the minister, they were involved in the 4-H yesterday at, I think it was the Hillsborough Government School, you know, bringing the groups back again to life, you know, and there was some awards and stuff like that handed out there. He was there, and it was very, very successful. And he's been working very hard in the community too, as well too. And whatever they're doing right now, I mean, everything is on par, and they just staying focused on working and giving the people, you know, as much service as possible. And that's the bottom line. I was so impressed when I was getting a report, you know, yesterday about what is transpiring, especially again in the build back phase number 3. That's what they're into right now with houses. And would you believe at this point in time, I don't want to, you know, say too much yet, because I was supposed to have a representative today who was going to give an update on the housing project, but they got some 30-something houses now, you know, in almost 80-90%. And as soon as they finish the 30-something, the next 30-something going again and whatever. You listen.
Yeah.
A lot of things are happening. And I look, I'll be honest with you, I look at some of the build back houses, boy, and I said, boy, you know, I wish I didn't need a house.
Could I get one too? but I'll submit that I don't think that many was completed for Ivan.
Well, we don't recall any at all, especially in Carriacou.
Yes.
In Carriacou,
yes,
I understand that
Emily.
They give some housing assistance. They give some materials, you know. But just give you some materials and go about the business. Vibes FM, let me take some calls. Hold on. All the lines are blocked up, you know. Vibes FM, first, landline caller, you on? Hello, yes, go ahead, you on. Go ahead. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, you're on now. You're on.
I'm calling from the diaspora.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
You know, when I look at situation with LNP,
Yes. Go ahead. Caller, before you go further, listen to me, please. Turn your volume down, please. It's giving us a kind of feedback. So just turn the volume down. I'll give you a little while to do that. And you can come back and have a nice conversation with us, because we want to hear what you're saying.
Now?
Yes, good now. Yes, go ahead.
When I listen to the LNP with the stupidity, they go in the parliament and talk. You see, when you don't have nothing to say nothing. But what they talk about the stupidness, about the potato on last night, she gone on the meeting again talking a pile of shit. This potato. I listened to one guy from Carriacou who say he's a spokesman for sometime last week.
Yeah.
About he can't read. Why you going to read? I know he can't read. Talking about $15 that and $17 that, and he don't know what he's saying. He talking about Miss Emlyn Pierce say that Miss Emlyn tell these people when they can't read and write, don't go on the TV. Because it can be embarrassing themselves. Because I know the guy good. I from the diaspora, from Grenada, but I live in the diaspora.
Okay.
But I know the guy is very good. And when you can't read, you must not go on TV and say nothing. And told me, I'll tell you something, you know, you see Emlyn Pierre father is my Pierre father is my mother is his aunt. You understand?
Yeah, okay.
The guy, even if your father, grandfather, and my mother is brother and sisters.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And very good. And when she father died, you understand, she father died. When she father wasn't like that, he could have talked to you and you understand something, but I know if it's the politics, so I put that kind of way. was she embarrassing herself? Embarrassing herself by going and say this kind of shit on the thing of potato and potato. And then you run down and say that the government do not know horticulture, not know education, potato blooming, now you're saying you're eating because that killed Neil and Franklin. Come on. Something not be done. The commercial staying too long to say something to these people to shut them up. And no, he good on that. He good on that to why he's saying too long. I don't know why he good on. You have to shut them up. But the amount of thing that guy in Karakou say about he go burn Karakou that, he go do that, and look, we can't explain himself, we can't read a paper. He on the burn plate.
Yeah, Carla.
Very stupid.
Okay.
So that's my contribution.
Okay, thank you so much. So Leo.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you heard the statements and things like that, but you were recommended to give some assistance with sending him to school, to
Well, you mean the Italian?
Yeah.
But you was recommended to Sir Kim?
Well, no, he's denying it. He was given a task.
Well, I'll get to him. All the Italians with the vowel, the eyes,
Yeah, is that it?
The eyes you have, that Peggy, Jenny, and all the eyes, they like the vowels. Well, no. I wouldn't take on that task because there are some people that are, if there's sort of uneducated.
Uneducated what?
Uneducatable.
Uneducatable. Can be
educated. No, it can be taught.
Can be taught.
So, I told you a long time ago that a colleague of this gentleman said, in class, when there's a competition for coming last, you always come first. So I leave it at that.
But Kim,
listen,
first last. Yeah. When it's competition for last, it comes first. But listen. Somebody called me to tell me, listen, Kim, you're responsible for a lot of things happening in Karakou because your student is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this other one again. There is a student too. I said, no. Ask Teacher Sharon and them down there.
but Kim, this was the same man, but he didn't come out on Solio because probably he and Solio is his friend. I don't know. When I was in New York and I was on what do you call it, the video call.
Mm-hmm.
You remember?
Yeah.
I was on with France. I was in France. Yeah. And I was on the video call as you and Coy.
Mm-hmm.
And probably he was listening. And someone sent a video when I came back. He went and do a video on YouTube. Where I said to myself, I tell the woman, that man is illiterate, but the way he speaks, the way he expresses himself, but I didn't know he was a complete illiterate.
Okay.
So he said, "Oh, Dr. Pet with the big head, putting a hat on his head to shave, to cover his head." I said, "What stupid statement is that?" And Mr. Coy and Mr. Kim will suffer, and Dr. Pet will see trouble too. I said, that's a statement a man will make from Karakou. So I was going to challenge him, but a lady said, Pet, forget that, forget him. Don't bother with him, you're just wasting your time.
Yeah.
So I just forget it.
Yeah.
And then the statement came Wednesday, I think, or Tuesday morning, where he was speaking on the radio and he couldn't pronounce the words.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, I was right. That man seems to be illiterate.
Right.
And I seems to be right to leave him alone.
Right.
To make things worse. Don't make things worse. Just leave him.
Just remember, I think in fairness, you guys should advise the caretaker for NNP, show me your company and I'll tell you who you are. Birds of a feather flock together, so you don't want to be associated with such a genius.
Vibes FM? Vibes FM, caller?
Vanessa.
Yeah, you're on, yes.
Right. Mr. Luther, I didn't see him last week and I didn't see him today.
Yeah.
I had promised him some information. When I told him a few weeks ago about the amount of houses that the government repair for people for free, those that didn't have bathroom and toilet, they deposit in for them and water. And those that they couldn't, that were beyond repair, they build it over for them and fix it with bathroom and toilet. And he asked me, how did I know? Well, I promised him I'm going to get the figure for it because I couldn't tell him off my head. Well, you could tell him whenever you see him because I have it now.
Message me. I'll get it to him.
400. Well,
Just
those
message-
also.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying, those who also have the same as Mr. Luther, let them hear it too.
Okay.
419 build back better houses was done.
419? Sorry, about that.
419.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. 53 critical repairs was done. So they had 53 houses that need critical attention.
Yeah.
Those that could repair, they repair that. And if at the time they had no bathroom and toilet, they put it in for them.
Okay.
Then you have 60 homes in progress. That is those that they building and incomplete yet.
Okay.
Okay? But in a short space of time, these homes will be delivered also. So Mr. Luther feel well, look, and knows nothing much. But you see, I listen. And I was behind my MP for so long to help me with the information so I could be correct on radio. Well, I finally got it. Okay?
Okay.
So I want him to know how much the government is doing for the poor and vulnerable that the past administration developed in Grenada. Okay?
Okay.
They're taking them out of that state now.
Point taken.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great.
That's some nice figures looking at it. The 417 build back.
But
19.
Think about what he said. The amount that was done for the poor and vulnerable, created by
the
NNP. All right.
I missed that part. Yeah, no, but he's right. He's right. That's something to be proud of. And it's not finished yet anyway. But this is the first time, the first time in the history that I know of any government, especially in the Caribbean here, who has gone this distance to build homes for people. Imagine that. I mean, I looked at some of the houses, and when these houses are complete, listen how fortunate these people are. When these houses are complete, in my estimation, and based on the figures I'm getting from the authorities too anyway, they would be worth, just a building, at least about $200,000 would be the worth of the house, the value of the house.
What? Talk about appreciation.
You just imagine that, and this is what he could do. Oh boy, I wish I was one of them. Look, now it's on your property. Now imagine you have a building basically given to you with a value of $200,000.
I tell you, instant appreciation.
Instant.
You don't have to wait for interest in the bank, you know.
No.
Instant appreciation.
And then, well, hold on. Now that you own that property, you have value, you have assets now. You could go to a lending institution.
Collateral, man.
Collateral. Let's come on the Solio. And borrow.
Against it.
And open up some business. Listen, that's a start. You just can't. You just can't believe. And open up a business. And from then on, you're not to forget the poor and vulnerable, but you're independent. And then you from that point on, there's so many things you can do. I wish I had a start like that.
That is why I was telling somebody, this individual that they're talking about that's making all this noise. I say, I refuse to deal with him because I deal with occupants, not vagrants.
Right. Yeah.
You must be leaving someone to talk to.
Yeah.
Once you have a
Occupants,
not vagrants.
Yes.
Okay.
No, Solio is right. Yeah. But I mean, this is an opportunity that the government has given. And in Carriacou right now, I mean, they had over the last year about 56, I think it was, that was done over the last year. Now they have about the projection now is by the end of the year, they should be somewhere in the vicinity of completing 200.
Why not?
But just imagine that. I mean, and before Beryl, you didn't have a house. Listen. And now you're going to get one, and the value of it. Look at the value of it. Man, I go in the bank the next day and get a loan and start a business, something that's sustainable, and make sure that I'm good for life.
But June Ivan, how many houses is the government build for people?
In Carriacou, no.
But I ask the people, is it obligated to really build a house for you after natural disaster?
No.
So why talk about why make a big where you get a free house?
Yeah, but
was never done.
That is coming from a caring
Right. That's the
leader
difference.
and cabinet and administration.
That is the difference.
See, so that's the big difference. So people preach that they care for poor and vulnerable, but they're creating more poor and vulnerable.
So that they can
so that they could look at somebody who care.
Yeah.
But those who actually care are not creating poor and vulnerable. They're doing something for the poor and vulnerable that you created, as the boy just mentioned.
As a matter of fact, they want them to get out of that status.
Absolutely.
And they still have toppling on the house, some of them, from Ivan, 2004.
Yeah, but I heard even the minister, well, who's the leader of the opposition, one time they were talking, and they still have
whole bricks. Somebody showed me, I think it was in Boseju, in the playing field, something that was damaged in Ivan.
And still there?
Still there.
Yeah.
But you know why I mentioned Boseju?
Yeah, because that's Northwest.
Northwest, eh?
That's Northwest, yeah.
Northwest, in your constituency. Something that has been good to you for 40 plus years. You always have a mandate from the Northwest, I think 40 years, and you have nothing. And you can take care of a stand in the playing field. So.
Well, and next thing again, I heard Culture Man, this is my good friend, he was speaking about the food. And I totally agree with him. Because when the hurricane, they complain about food. There was so much of food in Carriacou that food was being thrown away. There's so much of food here. But during Ivan, as Culture Man said, and I know that, a lot of things are being dumped in Point Selling. From a lot of things was stored there, rice, flour, beans, everything. And they never give it to the people. The American government, whoever donated all these things. And they come green. I saw these things. Chop low, they go and dump it. They dump it. So they can't talk about when they buried us here, they used to get nothing. They got too much, too many.
But like I'm saying, in Carriacou here, which I'm witnessing that right now, so many people would be empowered because of what the government is doing right now for the residents. And like I say, in the history, as far as I know, I never heard of any project yet where government is building house for people. I don't know. I don't know of any. If you stand to be correct.
But I tell you one thing, though, that is why it's so very important that some team of NBCIs or supporters must reiterate to the folks that are recipients of those bill back. Remember where it came from. Remember who gave it to you. And that educate people, because some people, it isn't bound to happen, but it happened. And somebody who cared about you made it happen for you.
And at this current situation right now in Carriacou, like we said already, who ain't working don't want to work.
Oh, you say it again.
Who ain't working don't want to work. There's so much work.
I'm
so
sorry.
much.
Every time I was listening to the union leaders this morning, and you made a very good point, Mr. Coy, that as you advocate for your workers, you must also take time off to educate them as the responsibilities.
Yes,
you can
production.
Because as far as some people are concerned, they have the union to back me, so I'll do what I want.
Yep.
Not necessarily the interest of who's giving me a daily bread.
Right.
And expect things to flourish.
But it's not so much only the interest of those who give bread, but work is a social activity, and you should also be concerned about the quality of work that you put out, because the work comes out of you, the work comes out of you and comes from the employer. So you have to also look at the fact that you have to make sure represent yourself.
Yeah.
I am so convinced that as long as you're good at what you do and you have a positive attitude towards it, you don't have to worry about busing or somebody coming and pick you up.
but even Kim, even when people come into the country to work, like the Cubans, there are a lot of Cubans, and the Cubans, they like to work and they could work. And the people, some of them will complain, the lazy ones who don't want to, I said a Cuban coming into the country and work. Because they need the money.
But they want to work.
But they want to work. And people who could work comes in the country to develop the country have a problem.
Vibes FM, landline caller?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, go ahead, yes.
Two things and very brief.
Yes.
One, I think I agree with Solly. You shouldn't give this woman all this press by constantly talking about the nonsense she talk about.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if she knows what she's talking about. I mean, potatoes, if you poison a product, eat poison. But you don't grow up poison. But what I do know is if you rip English potatoes and it is green skin, or it is green, it is poisonous. You have to wait till it mature and turn brown.
Yeah.
That is a fact.
Okay.
They say that.
Okay.
Okay, now, second thing. You're making prediction about the election. Let me tell you something. You all don't understand how election goes, you know. People vote strangely, and I'll tell you why. If all the work is done in St. George's or in Grand Anse or in Lanza, do you think the person in St. David's would vote for that? No. They only vote for what is done in their constituency. That's how they vote. Think about it. Think about it. If nothing is done in the constitution, they don't vote. Or they vote otherwise.
Right.
So telling me that the government is doing another work all over the country, that is fine. But let me tell you something. I have seen this thing happen over and over. Unless a government in power does something valuable or tangible in a constituency, that person that will be there for it, they will lose the election. They're going to lose it. Seriously. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. If Andal does nothing in his constituency, do you know he could lose the election? Tell me, let me ask you something. He could lose it. So then he could say now, oh, look what our government did all over the world. Yes, they did it all over the country, but you did not in your constituency. You're going to lose. And take that and free your pipe and smoke it. Thank you.
Caller, Kim.
Caller is still there? Yeah, he's still
I'm
there.
here.
Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
I like the reasoning, your reasoning ability there. But let me ask you this now. There's a MP that won for 40 years. What did he do? Could you point to any landmark to say, well, by 40 years you can see X, Y, Z, A, B, C? Yeah. I'm just asking you. Just asking you.
Okay. One thing he must have done within those years. One thing. One.
Yeah.
And they don't forget it. And they don't forget it. Trust me. And they don't forget it.
What was that?
Thank you.
No, he didn't say what. He just said one thing.
One thing he did within the 30 or 40 years he was there. And they like it. Bear in mind, there's some people you may do things, but they don't like it, you know.
Well, you see, I'm asking you that because of what you've just said, that people will vote because of what was done in the constituency. Yes.
Basically.
So I'm just asking you. I just give you an example of one person, one MP I know. You know, in been MP for 40 years. And I've been looking around while you're talking. I've been trying to scan my eyes through the constituency to see what was done.
The time was too late, and you won't remember. The person 40 years ago, they see one thing he did,
and that's it.
And it stick.
But remember
for life.
Remember now, for the longest while, he's been.
Listen, don't go into all this nonsense, man. I just tell you that it is. That's the process.
Okay.
And you watch it and see what happens.
Okay, caller. Thank you so much.
Constituency, Thursday is quarter pound about a day, you know, and half pound flour, whatever it is. So he nothing as infrastructure.
And on Saturday mornings.
But he was very successful with politics in his constituency.
No, he's a ace in that.
Yeah,
give credit where credit is due.
But not only that, remember now that he was conducting this manna from heaven coming from his office.
Yes, again.
So it will appear as the guy is the best. Yeah, Papa God.
Like Papa God, yeah.
So that's why
he was only giving a $25 on a Saturday.
That is
a long
line up.
Yeah.
Even my partner used to go there and calling the name all year on a Saturday morning. One of the pretend candidate to run. he used to be going up there and meet him on Saturday morning when he was in the party.
I remember once I saw this crowd and I said, wait now, something happened up here, you know, like, you know.
And remember, a lot of his supporters, you know, his base wants us, guy, well, what is it about this party you like so much? By the strong boy, you don't see people in the motorcade.
Vibes FM, landline caller. Good afternoon, yes.
I wish you guys well. I've been listening for the longest while.
Yes.
And I haven't been able to put in a comment. Well, I couldn't make the comment abroad. I only looked at it on YouTube and all these things. But now I'm back just a few days. So I listened to the program and just have about 3 comments. Firstly, as a former trade unionist, a member of the national executive of the Grenada Union of Teachers, I think some of these trade union leaders today, in my view, miss the demonstration and the melee. I remember the days when we had to match and buy Blue Danube 25 cents bonds, walking in the sun and with red string and banner and all that, and watching the public coming out from their workplaces and watch us, match. Some would make negative comments, some would make positive comments, and we have moved away from that, and it seems as though we want to go back in it because maybe that gives us a high or give us some sense of making us feel powerful as leaders. Look what we can do. But these things are irrelevant in my view. They're not reigning today in this world of technology and all that, except like in countries where they have these big matches, they have something, say, have some acts against the authorities, against the government, where they do that in Europe. And in America now they're planning that for like something against the president. And in some places in Europe, it usually come against probably employers, big tech employers and big industries. But in our little tri-island state, it seems as though we don't want to move away from the hype we get, and we like to have the placards saying some kind of derogatory thing, and we don't want to move from that. But our young people want to move on. They want to grow up. They want to get something that they could look towards. And some of these leaders not even giving our young people something to look towards. They're not even showing by example. They come with a lot of and they like to come with issues that are, in my view, irrelevant. I listened to one talk about the paycheck of this, the public one, and it's different. The teachers' salary scale is different. So you can't compare somebody getting 1,500 with this and that. I find they need to sit down and come to their senses and stop putting our country at some kind of disturbance and melee game. Come sit down and talk. That's point number 1. Point number 2. I listened to a gentleman a while ago talk about an election is not what is done in St. George or wherever. And I was listening and pondering. As somebody who is myself political, I keep abreast of politics, not only in Grenada, in the U.S., in Britain, in Europe, because when this guy in Hungary lost Erdogan, I was elected. I was glad. Anyway, he talked about what you do in St. Andrews in your community. That is so. I'm not disputing his inference or his opinion. But for 23 years, might I say, the former administration didn't do anything in the individual communities. The people, they used a strategy on the people. And the more you keep them uneducated, as my grandmother would say, dotish, the better for you. As Donald Trump said, like they are uneducated. So I looked at that strategy. Could you imagine a Grenadian, I listened to him with my ears, went into I don't know to call it a town hall or whatever meeting in St. Mark's, and he told the then Prime Minister that he's the only person that could box him and he's going to tell him thanks. Now tell me something. What does that say about our people's mentality and level of critical thinking? And the people in election time, they weren't looking for something to be done as the housing issue or all these things to be done and help the people, as you say, with the proper houses and so on. They weren't looking for that. They just know to give the people something to hype them up. Either bring in some grand artist that will cost a lot of money, Or they come up with a grand scheme of, we got this, we have that. For example, the grand scheme with oil. For example, we had the grand scheme when all these offshore people came here, and all these people come in here and people were getting all this kind of money. They tell themselves, well, that is grand, not knowing that we are really spending monies that the money do not belong to us. People money from these offshore people. And that is what they use in every election. I've observed they didn't use something tangible to help with people, or probably they will dish out a little money here and a little money there. In my community, I've observed where the politician will come in the shop and put down that money to buy drinks for them guys, and they will have a lot of pot by the side of the road cooking this and cooking that. And I haven't seen that because our young people thought it was just cooking, as my grandmother used to say, corned beef and biscuit politics. And so we are moving off from that. And I think some people might want us to go back into that system. We are not going back into that. We want our people to move up, to go higher than that. There are things being done in every parish as I follow up where I'm here not. There are things being done, whether it's in the housing industry, whether it's in the health industry, whether it's in the farming industry. But I think many people are thinking, well, the politician's supposed to come and hand these people this money, this tangible thing and that. But they are getting it, you know. They are getting it in infrastructure. They are getting it in houses. There are some people, they have never in their life been able to get a house. They use what we call it pit latrine all their life. And now they have toilet, well, tile and all that. As one constituent in my area said, for all these years, he asked even for a pit latrine with a slab and he never got it. And now he said to me, I got toilet. And he was so elated that this thing could ever happen. So it's not to say that the authorities not doing things in the other areas, in the other parishes. They are. From what I'm looking at and seeing, they are. And it's not a situation where, you know, you have to hype up and give them a $50. Before I go, I laughed at that situation when I heard that a man came from, I think it's St. Andrew or where. He came down to go to the then Prime Minister to get money to buy a tank of gas. So I said, you pay all that money, you know, the bus from Grenfell to Tong and all that.
To come back.
And he said he was given $50. So that I said, well, the $50 is just to pay to go back. So he's not going to get the tank. And the man felt contented because they had our people in what you call the doldrum. They make our people believe that we are so stupid, we are so dumb, we can't do better, we can't come out of the hole. So let's not, people will come up with all kind of narrative and so on. The authorities, they are doing their best for such a short space of time. And finally, I agree with you, I've never ever seen anything after a hurricane that the authorities did that for folks, like what they're doing today. Because even Ivan, in my community, some people, houses, they are not able, and it's the authorities have to give them. So, Grenadians, let's stop this thing. We are on a good road, we are on a good track, and thank God for where he has brought us. And instead of just being condemning and criticizing, let's thank God for what he has done for us as a people. And let us give the government credence where credence needs. And let's applaud them where they need. Yes, we can criticize when things are not going right or we don't like a certain thing that could be done better. We could do it in the town hall. But it's nonsense that we are going on there. Our young people need better than that. Gentlemen, thank you. Have a good day.
Well, thank you so much. Okay. And what you call it saying that makes so much sense, eh?
Yep.
Because but the thing about it, is that as it stands right now, this government, and I keep saying it, has been overperforming. Believe me, the word is overperforming. After you make 100, you just making 100. But
let me tell you this: in physics, temperature is determined not by only the temperature, the heat, but the time.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if you just take a quick touch of something that's very hot, mightn't damage you, but you have to keep your fingers there.
Mm-hmm.
It's more damaging.
Right.
We're talking about the amount that was done in the short space of time.
Mm-hmm.
And you have all this time, so you can compare. 23 years as prime minister, 15 years without opposition, 40 years in government, and you have nothing to show for it. How you could have the nerve and the government, the gumption to come and say, you want to rescue me again? Well, I must be fast asleep.
Well, I would say something, and I believe, he's sinking in that he has realized, that the last election was a referendum
yes.
on him.
Yes.
And this time he's easing out of the not the spotlight, but out of the real representation of a constituency, because he doesn't see himself, he doesn't see the government really coming back as a winner, and somebody has to be blamed this time. I ain't taking the blame twice. Somebody has to take the blame.
But people have been they're rising up now. No. They have seen the light.
Yeah, but still, you don't want to be blamed to say, first wrong, you get knocked down by the gun, and second wrong, you get knocked down again.
So you move on.
You're moving out. So somebody had to get it knocked down.
But I can see these people who goes there for over the years for $25. They get up all in the morning, 3:00, just to go to that constituency, come from the country or from Granans, and they line up for $25. I mean, come on. They continue living poverty for all these years. And I could tell you, this money they are given, it is not from that individual pocket.
Well, imagine.
As Kem said, he would not even pay 10 cents to see a pig farm go.
But imagine the example this last caller gave. You spend $20 maybe to go to town to get a tank of gas for $50. When you come back, you can't buy the gas,
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what I'm saying, Kim, I mean, to leave your home all the way to go for $25 and you have to stand up in the morning, 2:00, 3:00 in the morning, right? I know I could always assure that most of this money is sponsored. People give them the money, so they give it out.
Right.
You understand? Because when I was in NNP, I used to go with a certain minister. Sometimes I go with them twice, and they used to be going to a certain business place every 2 weeks, and they used to get about $14,000 from that businessman. And I know a lot of this money was used as like a sponsor. So they give it to certain people, and they'll give it out, and they'll behave as if it come from the pocket, but it's not coming from the pocket.
But let me say this much, because I've been hearing stories of that nature, but it's to a different way, in that sometimes the money is being washed in the business, not necessarily the businessman that is sponsoring that,
But
it could be.
A lot of investors, those crooks who want to access, their contribution have to precede the whatever they're going to get to do,
Yeah.
So that money is put in the that contribution.
Yes.
Investors' contribution have to be put.
Well, if you remember, even the last election, when the story broke out about the Polish guy.
Well, yeah. Case in point.
Yes.
Case in point.
So when the money is getting inside the constituency there, I mean, it's not coming from the politician or the candidate or anybody there,
Yeah, but they are behaving as if coming from them.
Well, yeah, because they're giving it out. Vibes FM, caller, come in. Caller?
Good day, sir.
Yeah, good day. Yes.
I enjoy listening, but this guy that just talked there, he fed me just before the last election, and he come back with the same stupidness. And for a big man, he must stop that. If he doesn't support, that is okay in not supporting. But when you have to give information, give the truth. This is the same man that said to us on your program, show me which of the seats that the NDC going to win. NDC win 9. And before they can settle down, they get the next one that is 10. He's talking about working in constituency. What is he trying to say? That the NDC candidates did not work in the constituency? He can go in those constituencies and tell them about that. The South, St. David's, St. Mark's, St. John's, St. Patrick's, East and West, Northwest St. Andrews, that is the one that crosses over what's she name?
Delma.
Minister of Sports. Delma. Okay? She worked harder there than when she was on that kit. Because on that kit, she had nothing to do because she had nothing to work with. But on the NDC, she had things to work with. And what makes it so interesting, through Ken Jones' message to the MPs of the NDC, you need to put your work on social media because this is where most people go. They don't listen much about news on TV and radio, they go social media. And when you go on social media and you watch those constituencies, Claudette, the amount of work she done in the tongue of St. George, Peter Endu 0.1% of that for the 4 terms he was there. Ron Redhead in Northeast St. George. Philip Telesford in Southeast St. George. Well, I ain't touching my boy in the South at all because the whole world know. Good? St. David's, forget that.
What? Leave out Carrick? Leave out Carrick.
No, I'm coming up. When I get tired, I will tell you.
Okay.
St. Andrews, the 4 constituencies that got little and nothing from the NNP for 23 and a half years. Watch it now. Even where Tessa is in St. Andrews Northeast. Watch on social media. Watch all that she have done that was never done before. Okay? Now, I touch all these on mainland. I only live in the last one for all you to talk about. Because see what has separated us. Okay. And I have to swim to come there and tell all you. I can't tell all you over the air as they don't say. The wind might blow it away.
Okay.
So that's what all to deal with.
Okay.
Now, if he's talking about if you work in your constituency, you could win your constituency. Well, then he not living in Grenada. Because people in the diaspora looking at social media and satisfied with what they seen and he can't see nothing, he never supported the NDC.
No, but
I'm marking. Go ahead.
Colin, in fairness, I heard him a little different because, and there is some truth to what he's saying because there is a certain amount of selfishness among people. So it's not what you do for the country, it's what you do for me personally. And that is prevalent here in Grenada and Carriacou too, because I am voting for them because they give me this. Even though you take the country to a much higher and different level, unless you do something for me personally, I can't support you. And that's the mentality of some folks and the culture of some people,
I'm glad we could talk on that. Let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
We had a situation in Grenada where nothing been done except promises.
Mm-hmm.
And when touching the belly of the Grenadian workers, nothing been done.
Mm-hmm.
So they can come from behind and make the promise. He fulfill it. Okay?
Yes.
The people heard him and they give him the opportunity to prove himself. Not only he and his MPs prove themselves. Are you telling me that's going to be overlooked?
No.
In this election coming?
We're not saying that at all. Not saying that at all.
No, I'm talking about what the guy was saying. Okay? Are you telling me that what the NDC done throughout the country, as I heard one, what's the guy name? Oh gosh, he from St. George Northwest. He does do poll, as he say. I'm trying to remember his name,
You mean?
He did a poll.
Not Justin
I heard that.
Not Justin Pierre.
Justin
Come on,
Pierre. Don't tell him he want the money program.
Well, that is true.
Okay?
That makes sense.
And he is saying that if Deacon had called the election before Christmas, NDC that win. Look how much meetings that the NNP is doing now. Okay? They are in a stronger position. Justin Pierre cannot do a poll. He did it in St. Vincent and he told Ralph Gonzalez he had 2/3 of the vote. Only one seat Ralph Gonzalez get and it's his own. Okay? Now, I'm looking at the people who get satisfaction from this government, who may not have voted for NNP who may have voted in the previous election by the NNP. They make a change because they get a promise that they believe in, and it been fulfilled, as it is said, promise make, promise kept. These people will still be in need because it's not everything you're going to get in one time. Okay? It means that trust build in them. And you look at all the MPs and them going about the business. And I happy that Deacon made that statement, when they ask him about responding to the opposition, he say he minding the business. And he's correct. And his MPs are minding their business. Those who labor, hold the rein. Thank you very much.
Okay.
But you must remember that Justin Pierre called it right in St. Vincent, you know, according to Gonzalez. Gonzalez said he won because the competition was about quality, not quantity.
But guys like Justin Pierre, they're just looking for some problem.
Yeah, looking for attention.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, because I don't believe what they're doing. But do you know, on the coming up on the 21st of June, that is the mega rally.
Yeah,
the mega rally.
Anniversary?
Yeah, man.
Whole breaks.
Mega rally. The 21st of I could imagine what a rally will look like.
We're going to have to complete the bridge before that
But
time.
yes, boy. See, just imagine that. Not really. I mean, they tell you now early, you know, listen, mega rally June 21st. I don't know where they're going to put these people. They're going, but they're going in is Montrouge, I think.
Montrouge?
I think so. Yeah, I had it. You know, they sent it for me. You know, I got it already.
Not as suggest though.
No. I think it's Montrouge. I think it's Montrouge. Yeah.
I think so too.
Montrouge.
Yeah.
Grants.
You think that could hold? I mean,
Yeah,
that's a big.
Yeah.
Very big.
That whole
Like
lot,
the
man.
biggest-
Where Montrouge? Why is that so big? Where?
Montrouge is big.
I mean, not come on, no.
No, next time. Close to the mall.
Close to the mall, yes.
Yeah.
Close to the
by Wall Street. By Wall Street.
Mall.
By Wall Street.
It's big.
Yeah. And as I mentioned about Cameron Park. I mean, if you don't want, if you have space in the
Montrouge.
in Montrouge itself, you could go across in Cameron Park and listen to everything and see everything and hear everything. You could go down the road, stand up, you understand? You have space.
You could even come by boat.
You put a big screen. Put a big screen.
And as a matter of fact, they already accustomed with a big screen there.
Yeah.
So you know, just link up.
Yeah. Mega rally, man.
Yeah, man.
I would see that as the first of many.
Yeah, I could imagine what the rally going to look like, because I mean, really, the other ones are the one they had in Bossijou. You know, I mean, people talk that of as one of the biggest, or big. He was big, really, really big. And then the other one they had up in St. Andrews. It was again. I forget but again that was big. But this one is the mega.
But Kim, you know, I'm so sorry, but please permit me to share something I really wanted.
Yes,
to share
yes, go ahead.
Closing, and I had an experience in New York this last time around, and it just solidified something in my mind. That boy, do good, and that is a result of what I experienced with a Dr. Roland Purcell who passed. Man, shoulder to shoulder. And you have to search very far and wide to hear a dissenting voice. Because that guy had made such an impact and a contribution.
He's my cousin, you know.
Yeah.
Brother and sister children.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I tell you, man, I even had to try to compose myself. I was sitting there and hoping that a big man wouldn't cry. But from the balcony came Ave Maria Schubert, not Bach. I will hold it back. It was nice. Yes, really. He's a human task, man.
You're the people's doctor.
Yeah, serious contribution. Man giving you money.
Free service.
Free service.
Yeah.
And
taking you home if you can go home.
Doctor have money, so what's the problem? He say healing, he ain't billing.
I'll 3 in the morning. He's there.
And
And I call him, he always busy. I'll call him back, never call back. And he died while he's doing surgery.
Yeah.
After the surgery finished. He was a cardiovascular surgeon. And after he finished with the surgery on the patient, he passed away. He got aneurysm.
And you know who the patient was? A homeless person.
Oh, just imagine that.
Yeah.
Doing what he liked.
Yep.
Died just after surgery. Rush him downstairs, died.
Oh, boy.
Just like that.
People turn out, man.
Yeah, I could imagine the turnout here.
All from growing used to come. They have book appointment from people down here to go up to see him. Once they don't want to cut out your foot, he will rethink the circulation. When people come up from down here, and everything they cut out, they like to cut foot, and they will go up there and he'll fix them up. And they'll have their foot, normal foot to walk.
You can.
You could beat him for that.
Wow.
I think I took that from him too, Akim. That's in the Andrew's blood and the fossil.
Yeah.
That's nice. When you make that kind of service to your community.
Yeah, man.
Really.
We convinced me that boy, no matter what people say, do good. According to Lucky, do if you can say something good, shut up.
Yeah.
Do good.
Yeah.
Do good.
Well, we're getting ready to wrap it up.
Yeah.
You know. And start with you, Dr. Pitt. It's always a pleasure having you.
Yeah, no.
And we in stupid season, but it's gonna be a long one, eh?
I know.
Because election, you know, you ain't dying calling. No. I mean, I've been saying this for the longest while, you know. But
what if we call June 22nd?
No. Huh? You mean next year?
No,
not this one. Not this one.
This year talking about?
No. Next year. If next year.
No. I'm just asking you. You are dogmatically saying it would not be, it cannot be.
Yeah.
But so I'm asking you simple. What if it calls on the 22nd of June?
It wouldn't. Showing that.
Yes, Kim, I want to say to the opposition that I think they should, when they have these pocket meetings, we are hearing the same thing over and over again. I listened twice and I listened last night.
What you expect?
And the same thing they have been saying over and over. When you go to the meeting, don't criticize for criticizing sake. Say what you're going to do if you come into office and stop talking about this potato thing because we are fed up of this potato thing. We are real fed up of this thing.
But last night, let me just cut you off a minute. When Emily Pierre started off a presentation, she started off on potatoes. What else she could talk about?
I heard that.
What else can she speak about?
The point I'm making. So what do you want from Emily? What do you want from Emily?
But what's the point I'm making? You're just repeating. You're like a tape recorder. You talk something in Mamakan, you come back, you talk it in Grenville. Same thing over. You're not saying how you're going to develop the country. If you get into what you're going to do, what you wouldn't do. And that's the problem. They're criticizing the party, the government. Criticizing. They must stop that. Stop that. And people, they might get a few more votes if they just stick to the topic and stick to the issues.
What? Listen, they cannot say they're going to build a hospital because that would be in progress. They cannot say they're going to do roads. That is in progress. They can't say they're going to give more attention to agriculture. That's in progress. Any topic, any way you take it, it's in progress. You can build schools, been built and more building. What could you say? There's nothing for them to say. That's what I'm telling you. This campaign, you know, this election day is going to be such an easy one for NDC once they stay on track and continue the work that they're doing. Because the opposition have nothing to campaign on. What are you campaign on? Like I told you last night, Emily just talking potatoes. That's it. What else?
But then again, as I said earlier, remember you have supporters of the NNP who are very proud of the showing in the motorcade.
Yeah. So, as the strength.
As a strength. So you never know.
You never know.
See the mentality of who we're dealing with sometimes.
Yes, the motorcade big.
Yes, the motorcade big, strong.
A lot of people in the motorcade, they are not even registered.
Not only registered. If you get free gas, you're going.
Yeah.
If I get free gas, I have my car going first in the motorcade.
Yeah.
And I'm blowing on too.
You painted it?
Or like a wedding coming up.
Yeah.
Blowing the horn once.
Keep moving the road.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But Solio, it's nice having you back.
Well, it's
really nice.
It's always good to be here and enjoying the moment. I think I am just saying to the listeners and my voters of Grenada, anytime you have a reason for not returning the NDC into power, please check with me. I want to know. That's all I can say.
Simple as that.
anytime that you have a reason to not vote them
back into power.
Power. Inform you.
Share it with me. Yes, I'd like to know.
You are that passionate.
Yes.
you want to know what their thoughts are. Well, my thoughts at this time is that as we reflect, as we celebrate, observe International Labor Day, May Day as it's called here, I want to wish all workers wherever you are in Carriacou and those who are coming up as well. It's a time to reflect, a time to think, because this is the period, this is the season when we are going to be when we have to take the responsibility to rebuild this place, rebuild, empower workers, empower citizens in whatever way. So I want to wish everyone a positive, productive May Day celebrations, and continue to support each other along this journey of life.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.